สนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไล ฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่ ใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบเลอใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญ ชื่นสำราญยามเรียนเราเรียนเพราะรักเราฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นราง ช้ำนานยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิในใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญ
อันนี้ของอ้อยเอาออกก่อนเอาของอาจารย์อ้อยเหมือนเดิมมานะคะแต่ว่า
ใช่
แค่ตัวมันใหญ่ขึ้นเท่านั้น
อืม
อาจารย์ยืนขาตรงให้ขาตรงเอาให้สบายนะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวลองดูลองซ้อมกินแป๊บหนึ่งค่ะลูกคุณแก่แล้วใช่
ใช่
จะได้ค่อยใจเย็น
อืมอืม
ๆเอ้ยขนาดนั้นเลย
โอเคเห็นนะ
ตอนอ่านให้ถอดแมสได้ไหมก็ยืนอยู่คนเดียวนะเสียงมันจะได้ออกดีๆหน่อยลองหน่อยได้ไหมคะลูกลองหน่อย
ไม่ได้โกนหนวดอะ
เอาเหรอจะไม่ออกก็ได้แล้วแต่
หืม
ขึ้นเราท่านอุตส่าห์ไปถ่ายรูปให้เพื่องานนี้โดยเฉพาะเลยนะ
อืม
น้องๆตอนแรกไอ้ว่าจะให้ขึ้นตรงนั้นแต่ว่ามันมองทรมานนะมันไกลเอาตรงนี้แหละ
ตรงเนี้ยดีแล้วอืม อันนี้พาราไดซ์นะ
พัดดัง
พาราไดซ์อืม
อันนี้พัดดัง
อืม จะขึ้นจากตรงนู้นมาใช่ไหม
คืออ้อยอ่ะน้องเขาก็จะมีไมค์พิธีกรนะคะ
อืม
ก็แนะนำเสร็จแล้วก็อ้อยก็มาพูด พออ้อยพูดเสร็จพูด2 นาทีครึ่งเองอ่ะ
อืม
หมด2 หน้าเลยพูด2 นาทีครึ่งแล้วก็เสร็จแล้วอ้อยก็จะเดินออกไป
อ๋อ
แล้วอาจารย์ก็เดินขึ้นมาไม่เป็นไรให้เวลาก็
ใช่
ก็คือรูปอาจารย์ขึ้นข้างหลังเดินขึ้นมา
โอเคโอเคโอเคอืมอืมอืมอืมอืม
ต้องดูภูไข่ก็ภูไข่เป็น
โอเคโอเคอืมอืม
ไม่ต้องรีบเพราะว่าเวลามันไม่ได้เยอะอะไร
ใช่
พิธีกรมาแล้ว
อืมดี
น้องบาสลูกอาจารย์เขียวอะค่ะกับอาจารย์นิติวดีเลยมาแนะนำมาอย่างแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวอาจารย์อาจจะรำคาญมันจะมีเสียงวิว
อืมอืม
มาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญยามเรียนเราเรียนเพราะรักเราฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดผ่องดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นราง เชิญสำราญยามเรียนเราเรียนเพราะรักเราฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดผ่องดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิในใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญ
Good morning, all the distinguished delegates, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to welcome you to Slipakorn International Conference on Total Art and Science 2021, or SICTAS 2021. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Barami Khewishai.
And I am Assistant Professor Nitiwadi Sawati.
We are pleased to be the moderators of this wonderful event. This conference is held jointly with the International Conference on Engineering and Industrial Technology 2021, or ISET 2021.
This conference aims to be a platform for knowledge dissemination and sharing among academics, scientists, researchers, and practitioners from various disciplines. This conference is organized by Slipakorn University in collaboration with 9 co-host institutions in Thailand and abroad. Therefore, it is an international network and collaboration. This is the second year that we organized this conference. Last year was a remarkable success, and we hope this year will be even better.
There are almost 200 academic works that will be presented at this conference, and many will be published in Scopus index journals that are associated with this conference. The scope of this conference covers a broad spectrum of academic disciplines, ranging from science and technology, art and design, to social science. Furthermore, not only do we have research papers, but also creative works and exhibitions, which you can find on the conference website. These truly capture the vast areas of work that we do as academics.
This year's conference theme is reinvention. This theme is derived from Reinventing University System program by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. The keynote speeches and papers presented in this conference address the
in facilitating university reinvention.
And I believe it is time for the welcome speech. We would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Arunศรี Lee Jiratjamnian, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Industrial Technology, to deliver her welcome speech.
Good morning, Presidents of Slipakorn University, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Slipakorn International Conference on Total Art and Science, or SICTES 2021, and the second International Conference on Engineering and Industrial Technologies, or IIT 2021. This is part of Reinventing University System program, which is supported by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand. Under the theme, Reinvention, SICTES and IIT 2021 aim to bring together researchers and artists to multidisciplinary conference combining art, science and technologies, and social science. There are a total of 16 tracks at the conference, with 10 in science and technology, 2 in art and design, and 4 in social science. On behalf of the conference organizers, I would like to give special thanks to our IIT co-hosts as follows. 1. Aston University, United Kingdom. 2. Chengdu University, China. 3. National Institutes of Technology, Toyota College, Japan. 4. Yamaguchi University, Japan. 5. Kumamoto University, Japan. 6. University Technology, Petronas, Malaysia. 7. Institutes of Tropical Aquaculture and Fisheries, University, Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. 8. Biocircular Green Economy Technology and Engineering Centers and Centers of Excellence on Catalysis and Catalytic Reaction Engineering of Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And 9. Electricity Generating Authorities of Thailand. I sincerely hope you will enjoy these 2 days of sharing and networking. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarkable speech.
Next, we would like to invite Assistant Professor Chaichan Thawornwet, President of Slipakorn University, to deliver the opening speech.
Dear Honorable Speaker, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Slipakorn University, I would like to extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation for your participation in Slipakorn International Conference on Total Art and Science, SICTAS 2021, which is held together with the second International Conference on Engineering and Industrial Technology, ICE 2021. This year's conference theme is Reinvention. It's not only a strategic development program of Thailand Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. We are amid the age of disruption and a global pandemic. This caused us to change the way we live and work. To face up to the new normal, we must learn to adapt, collaborate, and grow. I am convinced that the conference will serve as a forum for knowledge exchange among researchers and practitioners in the field of art, science and technology, and social science, and will contribute to the cross-disciplinary and international collaboration. Finally, I wish SICTAS and the second ICE 2021 great success, and I hope that our cordial collaboration will continue until we achieve a new paradigm in multidisciplinary research and creative work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your notable speech. And now, can we request the audience to prepare your camera, because we will take a group photo after the performance. So everyone, if you can turn on your camera, so please prepare your camera. Get it ready for the photo, group photo, okay, after the performance.
So in case some of you need just a little bit of time to turn on your camera, to set up things, and probably to touch up your appearance, we have a special performance by the Department of Drama and Music, Faculty of Arts, Slipakorn University. This pre-recorded performance is titled Reinvention. In this short contemporary performance, the concept of a butterfly effect, in which a small change can lead to a big impact, is presented. The life cycle of a butterfly signifies new beginnings and hope. The fluttering of their wings is delicate yet powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the show.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. That is a marvelous performance indeed. Now, before the conference begins, let's take a group photo together. Okay, so everyone, can you turn on your camera, please? Okay, so that we can take a group photo before the conference begins. Group photo.
And may we invite everyone on stage, please?
Sorry, pick it up. Can we invite everyone to take a photo, please?
So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
And now, let us take a look at the conference program. Today in the morning, we have plenary, keynote speeches, and panel discussions by various leading scholars in the main room right here. In the afternoon, we have 7 parallel sessions. And in the main room, we have keynote speeches by various distinguished scholars. And in room 123, what do we have? We have a presentation in the field of science and technology, while room 4 and 5 R4, social sciences, and room 6 is for art and design presentation.
Exactly. And moreover, we have more performances that we have been uploaded on the exhibition in our website. You can check them out at www.sigtas.org. There are traditional Thai music performances that are extremely rare, so this is an exciting opportunity for you to see them. There are also other kinds of artworks as well. For example, an ebook, an art gallery, links to YouTube video and Facebook to take you to a virtual artworks.
And next, I believe this is a time we have all been looking forward to, and that is the first plenary talk, right?
Yes, so let's start with, there is a break, so let's take a, sorry, so let's get right into the program with our first plenary speaker, Professor Technologist Dr. Su Shun Lam from Paralysis Technology Research Group, Higher Institution Center of Excellence, Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fisheries, University, Malaysia, Terengganu. Dr. Lam holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Cambridge University and is a full professor at University Malaysia Terengganu. He is also the Deputy Director of International Center under the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor and a core member of Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fishery. His contribution to academic journals is tremendous. He is at the forefront in development and application of microwave pyrolysis technology. He is very active in research on the application of thermochemical processes and microwave heating in transforming waste and biomass into green energy and products applicable to industry and environmental protection. So, ladies and gentlemen, today Dr. Lam will give a talk on microwave pyrolysis for waste valorization, from research to multidisciplinary collaboration, high impact publication, commercialization. Please welcome Dr. Lam.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor to be invited to share my experience with you all. And I really like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, the Slipakorn conference. Thank you very much. So without further ado, let me just share my slide. And can I first check whether you can hear my voice clearly? Thank you.
Yes,
Anybody?
we can hear you very well. Thank you.
You. So let me just share my screens for a while. Thank you. Right. Just checking. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
We can see your slide. Thank you very much.
Lovely. All right. So yeah, thank you. I'm very excited to be able to share my experience and also on one of the research focus from our team members. So it's about using microwave pyrolysis and how we actually go through the journey from doing research, planning for that, and then going to collaborating with different parties. And of course, it leads to some publication and also step by steps towards commercializing these techniques. It actually all starts from our motivations and the passions for using microwave heating since I work on this, I think 12 years ago back in Cambridge Universities. I'm still working on that, so we never stop working on that. So I hope what I'm sharing today will be useful to all of you. Thank you. Right, before that, let me just give me some time to introduce where I come from. I come from University Malaysia Terengganu. We are a university that really have a strong focus on marine and aquatic science and also sustainabilities. And we are located at the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. As you can see on here, I've inserted University Malaysia Terengganu here. So we are very near to the coast. It's quite cozy. So this is our campus. It's not too big and not too small. But the advantage is the faculties, they are all within walking distance. And as you can see, we are very near to the coast. So we have nice beaches. So we welcome you all to visit UMT, to have any collaborations or simply to just come to visit me and other academicians as well. But one of the specialties of UMT, would be we have like research stations in different natural environments. For example, we do have a research centers in Ireland. We call it Pulau Bidong Research Stations. So the state government of Terengganu actually allocate one island to UMT for research. So if any of you would like to work on research on the beach, on the island, yeah, we have the research stations to work together with you. And we also have research stations in lakes, in hills, in mangrove areas. So it's quite natural. So it's quite interesting. So I hope, that this gives you an opportunity and also give us an opportunity to work together. Right. And I'm currently affiliated with Aquatrops, Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fisheries. And we are a research center that is recognized as a Higher Institute Center of Excellence for Future Food. And we are actively working on sustainable shellfish aquacultures. And in particular, I'm affiliated to a group called Shellfish Green Technologies. So we are working on applying green technologies, all sorts of different green technologies into aquaculture industry, especially on shellfish aquacultures like growing shrimps, prawns, and also crabs. So we are a team of 6 members to collaborate with different parties. And a little bit introduction on me. Yes, I'm currently a professor in Aquatrops. And at the same time, I'm also a deputy director of International Center. So I help to coordinate for the matters and also the activities related to international relationships and also like student and staff exchange, student mobilities, and all sorts of any activities that UMT do with the international universities. So, I welcome all sorts of collaborations if you like to have with UMTs. I also have, I'm also affiliated with some universities in overseas as well. Right, and at the same time, I'm also very, very active, in editorial activities. So I'm lucky and also honored to be appointed as editors, associate editors, editorial board members in all these journals. So by this, I mean that if any of you would like to submit papers to these journals, I'm here to give you any advice or to share my inputs with you if you want to know what are the bits and pieces, what is the niche area, what are the areas, what are the focus of these journals. So, and hopefully it will increase your chances of submitting to these journals. Just feel free to give me an email, send me an email, and I can always answer you whenever I'm available. Right. And I cannot stress the importance of having a team, a group of a research group to work together. So I'm very lucky to have a team that consists of research associate, postdocs, PhD, and master students to all work together in order to, actively develop some solutions or technologies to serve the communities and also the industries. And also, over the years, if I could share one of my experience is, I'm very lucky over the years that I have, I've actively seek for collaborators in different in universities in different parts of the world. So I'm lucky that I have friends and collaborators to support each others from different universities. So by this actually speeds up and also improve the output of my research works and also their research works. So I for example, I can always now we are in a COVID-19. So, Malaysia, before this, we have limitation in doing experimentations in the labs, right? But I can always have my collaborators and also send my samples to my collaborators at universities to do the research works. So that didn't stop us from continuing to work on R&D. Right, and at the same time, being a chemical engineer, so I always keen on work with the industry, companies, to propose or to develop solutions for them and also to propose new technology for them. So I'm also actively working with the industries And yeah, I couldn't stress the importance of having enough research funding to do research. So I'm lucky that, yeah, I mean, the industries and also the government of Malaysia have confidence in our team, and yeah, they continue to allocate us with some research grants to continue to do our research works. Thank you. And yeah, now we go to this slides. So this is a slide that actually shows that over the years, the biomass and the waste resources that our team and collaborators have the experience or are still working on. So we have worked on all sorts of different types of waste. I'm a kind of person who likes waste, and I want to see what value I can recover, our team can recover from the waste. So these are the waste and the biomass that we have worked on. So if any of you would like to, to work together on recovering or converting these waste into useful materials, please feel free to get in touch with me, and I'll be very keen to work with you and also to share my experience. Right, and today I will just focus on one of my strong research area would be microwave pyrolysis. So to make it simple, microwave pyrolysis is a heating process or thermal process, and then that you use microwave heating as a heat source to heat and to pyrolyze materials in an inert environment, either in the oxygen-free or limited oxygen conditions. And then you will produce three main products. Either it's a solid char, or it's a bio oil or pyrolysis oil, or incandescent gases. And simply, if you want to develop a simple microwave pyrolysis systems, you can just get a conventional microwave or typical microwave ovens, and then you do some modifications to the microwave oven. Then you inject the biomass and the waste into the microwave ovens, and then run the pyrolysis process, and you will get the products like the bio oil, biogas, and activated carbons. And yeah, we our team managed to develop different several types of microwave pyrolysis process over the years. We have like 7 or 8 lab scale systems now, and we also work with the industry to scale up our systems to a pilot scale, and it is now being tested by our industrial collaborators in their factories. Okay. Right, so going back to the fundamental a little bit, why we would like to use microwave heatings. I think common sense, we know that we use microwave ovens because we want to heat something fast. So that's the main advantage that we really have confidence in applying it in pyrolysis process. So microwave is fast. And other than that, it also have some other advantages, like it can provide uniform heatings and also selective heating if you are heating your biomass or waste that are compose or that consist of polar substances. So it can really heat something very efficiently. And we think that using microwave oven or microwave heatings have some advantages compared to conventional oven or furnace heatings that is relatively slower from our comparison and experiments. So when we do our experiments, we always have some aims and objective in our mind. So we will always try to focus on improving the process itself, the features, and also the yield and the quality of the products that we are targeting. So in this case, yeah, we tend to work a little bit more on the oil products and also the char products. So we already set our goals and also the objectives clear. Right, but we don't come to using microwave pyrolysis at the beginning. Initially, we start with conventional pyrolysis. That means you just develop a simple pyrolysis systems, and then you use oven or furnace, a very simple thing. And at that time, yeah, we learned something with that we know that pyrolysis is an interesting process that really you can use it to break down a waste and then to produce some char, oil, and gases. But at that time, we also faced one limitation. That is, using conventional pyrolysis it's really slow. I mean, at that time I was still doing my PhDs. To run a pyrolysis experiments using this oven or furnace, it can take me like I need in one day I can only maybe run 1 or 2 times of experiments, and it takes a long time. So I mean, at that time, my supervisor, my PhD supervisor, I mean, he always taught us, right? So now you have these problems. So what can you do? So this is how I'm trained in that kind of a research group, that you have to always solve some problems and develop some solutions along your PhD research. So I think at that time, oh yeah, so how to speed up the heating process and to do this. So we use, I think of microwave. So I proposed to my supervisors, oh, I think that should have some advantages. So we started with running microwave pyrolysis in batch operations, dealing with the sample or the feedstock in a batch by batch basis. It works. It did speed up the heating. We found out that we have a good heating rate. And after we've proved that batch operation it works, then while we are doing research, I mean, I just share some experience. While we are doing research back in the UK, we always talk to the industries. So when we approach the industries, our partner, industrial collaborators, we tell them, do you think this is a promising process? So they will always give advice and also tell us the limitations. Okay, so at that time he said, yeah, this sounds good, but it may not be that practical from an industrial point of view. You might want to, I mean, we are more keen on looking at if this process can be run in a continuous operations. So, all right, at that time we said, let's try. I mean, my supervisor and I said, we try. And so we then work on the continuous operation. It works as well. And surprisingly, I mean, the yield and also the quality are acceptable, are consistent if you run microwave pyrolysis in the continuous operations. At that time, we work on waste engine oil. Yeah, and so it's good. So we also proved that yes, microwave pyrolysis can be run in a continuous operations. And then we talk to the industry, but they are also not satisfied. So they say, yeah, this sounds good, but do you think you can do it a bit better? Okay, then of course we will proceed with running optimizations, trying to optimize the yield, the process parameters, hoping to really push this process to a more practical or feasible level. And yes, and we did learn a lot of things, and we also incorporate microwave pyrolysis with some other steps like chemical activations, and it works. And so at that time, not only our focus is only producing the liquid oil, we want to use it as a diesel fuel. Then we found out that, but after doing it in the continuous operations and after doing optimization, we can also produce the char. We can use the char as another products. So we managed to convert it into activated carbons. So that's the process. Right, then we think we are ready. We tell the industry, hey, do you think we can scale up this to a bigger size? And then we try and see whether it works. But then the industry always come back with a honest comments. He said, yeah, Lam, Howard, my supervisor, he said, it's good, but it's not that practical, because if you run pyrolysis on just one type or one kind of a waste, it doesn't sound practical to us, because in the real world, when you have waste, it's always a mixture of waste. So we are a bit frustrated at that time, but it's okay. It doesn't stop us. So then we venture into co-pyrolysis. So we try to run pyrolysis on several ways at the same time. So we have tried on use cooking oil, plastic waste, mixing it together, and then run pyrolysis. Surprisingly, we found good. I mean, there are good findings from there. It actually improves the yield of the oil products and also the quality. So that actually provides us more motivation to proceed this further. So this is we are also working on co-pyrolysis. And at the same time, because we are continuously trying to improve the pyrolysis process, so we, of course, being a chemical engineers, we like to add catalysts. So we also follow that route, trying to do catalytic pyrolysis. We add catalysts. In fact, we make use of the char product produced from the pyrolysis. We make it into a catalyst, and then we put it back into the pyrolysis process. And yeah, I mean that was kind of like a very interesting idea, and it got accepted. I mean the findings, it managed to be published in Applied Catalysis B Environmental, and yeah, we were so excited. So at that time, it also gives us a strong confidence that hey, we can really make use of the char product from microwave pyrolysis process, because before that we only think that this char is only a byproduct or a residue from the pyrolysis process. So that gives us another line of research that we can proceed further. Right. And recently, because of continuing to talking with the industry, after we have proved that co-pyrolysis work, microwave heating works, but then there's another thing when we want to really scale up this process or use it in the industries. It's the industry always say, oh, it's good, the yield is good, the product is good, but have you ever think about the cost of using nitrogen or helium gas as the inert or the carrier gas in your systems? Because pyrolysis, if you run in a lab scale, normally you have to use nitrogen or helium gas. So we have to think again. Then we come up with another approach. We call it as a vacuum pyrolysis. Rather than injecting nitrogen and helium gas into the system, where you have to buy those gases and it is really costly, rather than injecting those gases into the systems, now we use a vacuum approach, a vacuum pump, to suck the gas out from the systems, and it still maintain the system or the process in a pyrolysis conditions. So it's another new adventure, and it also works actually, and also have some nice finding where we get a good yield of the oil products, and we can actually adjust. If let's say we want to produce a biochar or activated carbon, using microwave vacuum pyrolysis has its advantages as well. So this gives us another area to venture further. Right. And then, so now we are at the stage of really working on this microwave vacuum pyrolysis. So just to give you a simple descriptions of the flow is, yeah, we develop a pyrolysis systems. We put the waste into the reactors, and then it will be heated by microwave magnetrons in the bigger size systems, and then they will be pyrolyzed, and then the volatile products will go into a condensation chambers where it will be condensed and cooled down to collect one of the product as the liquid oil, whereas the non-condensable gases, it will be channeled to another part where it will be collected as a gaseous fuel. It can be used as a fuel. We call it as a syngas. And also the system allows us to kind of collect the char or activated carbon as another main products. So if you do this process in a lab scale, you will always prepare the feedstock first, the waste first. So you will have to shred, you have to mix, and then cut into small pieces, and then put in the pyrolysis reactors. I'm just giving you a touch of the lab scale operations, right? And this is just a short video that shows that, okay, when you are running, let me see whether I can play this video. Sorry. Okay, when you are running pyrolysis, you see this is the microwave oven, the pyrolysis reactor inside, and then when it is pyrolyzed, the sample, it will go up to, and then the gases will come out, and then it will be, it will be cooled down to collect your oil products. So this is what we managed to collect, the oil product as one of the targeted product that we obtain. As you can see, the oil is quite yellow in color, depending on the type of the waste or biomass that you use. And yeah, in our process, we can get quite a good yield and also a good quality of the oil, as you can see from here. And so our findings so far, it shows that using a microwave magnetron systems, it has its advantages with respect to providing a fast heating rate. It can reach up to 100 Celsius per minute. So imagine if you want to polarize a waste at 500 Celsius, let's say. So it takes you approximately 5 minutes to heat up your reactor to reach 500 Celsius. So it's quite fast. And because of its fast heatings, so you can run the pyrolysis operations at a relatively shorter process times. And also, depending on the samples and the biomass or the waste that you treated, some of them you can run at a relatively lower operating temperatures. So it could be, depending on the types of the feedstocks, it could be energy efficient. Okay. And we also found that the use of a vacuum condition, it has its advantages, beneficial features. So it can lower the boiling point of the feedstock or the waste, and then this can actually increase the yield of the liquid oil that we obtain. And we can also use the vacuum pump to control the residence times of the gases in the reactors. And that actually allows us, if you are trying to produce activated carbon from the systems, this can actually affect the quality of the properties of the activated carbon. But what is more important is that we use vacuum conditions because we want to avoid or eliminate the need to use nitrogen or helium gas as carrier gas, because nitrogen or helium gas, it costs money if you want to continuously use it as a carrier gas. So this actually lowers the production cost. Right. So this is what our findings so far. We show that using microwave vacuum pyrolysis has advantage with respect to fast heating rate, short process time, low operating temperature, and all this. Right, and one of there are two companies very interested working with us, and then we have developed slightly bigger scale, pilot scale systems, and then they are now being tested to treat with some palm oil waste. Right, and we are lucky that our findings got reported in the national TV in Malaysia, and we managed to file patents and also a trademark for these systems, and then we have licensed it to one company to commercialize these technologies, to continue to develop these technologies for the industries. And we are so happy that we managed to design and develop and sell this microwave pyrolysis prototype to several universities, 2 companies, and also 1 research institution so far. So I'm lucky that I'm grateful that they have confidence in our technologies. Right. Now we are done with the process parts. Let's go to the products part, the pyrolysis products. So when we do research, before that, we always characterize the feedstock. Let's say we have some companies or industry coming to us and ask, hey, whether this waste or that biomass can be treated by pyrolysis process or microwave pyrolysis. We will always run characterization of the feedstock first. So we do have some papers on this. So if you are interested in knowing how we characterize our sample, our feedstock, our biomass, and whether it is suitable to be used as a pyrolysis, to be subjected to pyrolysis recovery, you can have a look at these papers. And we can convert the waste and biomass into biochar. And then, in fact, after we get the biochar, we want to see whether this biochar has any can be used in anything, or can be used for what applications. So we try to use the biochar as a biofertilizer. We mix it with some fertilizer, and then we use it to grow mushroom, oyster mushroom. And surprisingly, interestingly, it works. It did have some effects on helping the mushroom to grow. So we get a good yield of mushrooms, and also it shorted the duration needed to grow the mushrooms. And we also, of course, we produce a lot of liquid oil from the pyrolysis process. So we found that the liquid oil has the properties of have some properties similar to diesel fuel. And it could, it have some desirable properties with respect to, let's say, like low sulfur and oxygen content. So it can be used as an alternative fuel. Right. Just to give you a short video and to show you the oil product. I hope the video works. So we call the liquid oil as a pyrofuel. Okay, we name it as a fuel produced from pyrolysis process. So this is what the pyrolysis is ongoing at the reactors. You see the pyrolysis is ongoing, so it will turn into gases. The gases will come out from the reactors, the micro oven, and then it will be collected as liquid oil. Okay, so this is how we collect the liquid oil, and we found the properties is quite similar to diesel. So, and also it has some good properties with respect to free of sulfur, low oxygen, and high calorific value. And then we also test whether the oil can be burned. A simple test can be burned as a fuel. So you can see we light it up, it can light up. And also if you look at the gases is quite clean, not black color. So it gives us the motivation to work a bit further. Oh, this liquid oil sounds interesting. Let us work a bit further to really convert it into a fuel. And we have recently have another approach which is we combine microwave pyrolysis with bacterial fermentations, because we have received requests or collaborations from a hospital in Malaysia. They have a lot of these hospital waste or medical plastic waste. So they want us to have any solutions to help them to deal or to dispose their medical plastic waste. So we propose them this approach and to convert the hospital and medical plastic waste into bioplastics. And yeah, I mean, we are working on this research. So far, it has it has promising findings. And so far, what we can achieve is from 1 kilogram of plastic waste, we can convert into 250 grams of bioplastics, BHAs. And we are so happy that we recently published this paper in RSER. They like our findings. So if you want to know a bit further on our status, our progress in doing this, you can feel free to go and have a look at this paper. So we are trying to convert medical plastic waste and also combining it with the waste oil and then to produce bioplastics. Right. And another product, which be the activated carbon, we can actually convert our sample, the waste, into activated carbons, and then we use it as an absorbent for wastewater treatments. In this case, dye, and also we use it as a catalyst support, to make it into a catalyst so it can work. So this is some of our main findings, like liquid oil. We can produce liquid oil, char, and activated carbon. The liquid oil is diesel-like, and it has a high energy content. And the char itself, you can use the char as you can convert it into a fuel pellet. It can be used as a solid fuel because it's it has properties similar to coal, and it can also be used as an activated carbon because it's highly porous. We can produce activated carbon depending on the type of the waste and biomass. We can produce activated carbon with a surface area up to 1,200 meters square per gram. So it can be used as an absorbent or biofertilizers, so far from our experimental findings. Right, and so to conclude, we have developed a pyrolysis technology as a platform technologies. Okay, and then so we have continued to optimize the process. And also from the products that we obtain, we have tried to apply in different areas. So some of our research outputs, yes, we do cold pyrolysis, vacuum pyrolysis. We can convert it into a liquid oil, okay? And we compare the vacuum environment and nitrogen environment. It shows that using a vacuum environment, it has its advantages. And yes, we produce a desirable liquid fuel from microwave pyrolysis process. It's diesel-like, it's quite similar to diesel. And yes, we produce this carbon or char product. It can be used for industrial effluent remediations. And also, yeah, we mix it, we combine the process with hydroxide activation. It can produce a micro-mesoporous activated carbons. And we also developed another pyrolysis approach called self-purging microwave pyrolysis. In this case, we don't use vacuum environment. We don't use hydrogen or helium gas. We use, instead, we use the gases produced from the pyrolysis process to do the to conduct the pyrolysis. So it's called self-purging. And yeah, we combine it with steam activation to produce a better quality activated carbon. And what else? We also produce, we use it as a dye absorbent. And we also use, nowadays, we also work on microwave CO2 pyrolysis. We use CO2 as the reactant gases. And it has some interesting findings. And with respect to application of the products, we also do cold torrefactions of the two types of waste to convert it into a better quality fuel pellets. And yeah, to treat landfill leachate, we use the char to treat the landfill leachate. And we also use the char in aquaponic systems to remove ammonia and also to grow lettuce. We also in landfill leachate as well, and we use it in growing mushroom, like I said just now. And yeah, we also use it to treat dye. And yeah, I mean, one of our approach is before we venture into new area, we will always do a lot of literature review. So might as well, our team will write up review papers with our collaborators to get an understanding and also to publish some papers. And then that will help us to design the experiments, the approach for venture further. So let's say we are venturing into using microwave in torrefaction technology. So we write a review. We will use, we want to see whether now we are at the stage of we want to see whether it is good to venture into exploring the gaseous part, the gaseous products part. So we will do a review paper and then to see whether it's worth. So we publish some papers, and also now we started to apply machine learning analysis in our pyrolysis process or thermochemical process. So we wrote a review, and recently we are so excited it got published in Progress in Energy and Combustion Science. Got a Q1 papers on that as well. And yes, with respect to the product itself, we want to see, we got the oil product, but can we upgrade the oil product using fractionations and extractions and see what's the prospect before we want to venture further. And we want to see whether cold pyrolysis is promising to go further. So we wrote a review. Yes, we also want to see whether we should deal with some pyrolysis in batch operations or continuous operations. What are the prospects? What are the limitations? So we wrote a review. We studied a lot. Okay, and a lot. We also use. We want to see whether microwave heating has good prospects in bioenergy production process. And just now we are working on mushroom growing mushrooms. So of course we have done a review as well. And another good thing is, because over the years we have developed research, we continue to work with our partners. So one of the good ways to work with our collaborators, international collaborators, is we always write paper together and then we try to publish, to disseminate our findings in high impact journals. So, I mean, I'm so lucky that over the years, our team and our collaborators managed to publish papers in all these journals. We like to publish our findings in the same area, but in the different journals, so that our findings can be spread to different research communities. And yes, of course, we continue to keep in touch or keep updated with the hot topics nowadays, like climate change, planetary health. So when we say keep updated, meaning we will read it and then we will write it and then we try to publish in this journal. So yeah, we got one short articles published in Lancet. And also we are very keen on climate change, want to see the effects on the flora and fauna. So yeah, we also target nature. And we want to see what's the status of the recycling plan. So we write some papers. We found that Denmark has a very good recycling plan that can be adopted by other countries. So we try to communicate with nature, and then we publish this in Nature. And yeah, and also in Science, some papers, because of the limited time, I think I only have half an hour. Right. EU as well. Right. So I really like to collaborate with all sorts of different parties to continue to work further. So please feel free to work with us if you like to work on waste and biomass recovery, pyrolysis techniques, and application of microwave heatings. Yeah, I think that's all I would like to share for today. Thank you very much for listening, and I will be happy to answer any questions if you have. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Su Xung Lam, for your very comprehensive information, and we would like to congratulate you on your success as well. And thank you also for your generous invitation for collaboration. Thank you.
All right, and for the next plenary talk is in the field of social science. The plenary speaker is Professor Emerita Suvarna Satha Anand, an invited professor of Buddhist and Chinese ethics at the Philosophy Department, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She was chair of the Philosophy Department and former president of the Philosophy and Religion Society of Thailand. Currently, she serves as Secretary General of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies. Her major publications are in the field of Buddhist philosophy, Confucius ethics, and religion and current issues. The title of her talk is COVID-19, Universal Suffering and Buddhist Moral Imagination.
Thank you for the introduction, and congratulations to Slipakorn University for hosting this really timely conference under a very difficult situation. Today, I would like to express my special thanks to Ajahn Kimalaporn, who has been very gracious and patient with me. Thank you, Ajahn Kim. Also, today, I would like to move from vacuum pyrolysis to a bodhisattva, so please bear with me. My topic this morning is COVID-19, Universal Suffering and Buddhist Moral Imagination. Next, please. Although we can never underestimate the economic, political, and psychological consequences of COVID-19 has brought to our lives in the past 2 years, I choose to focus on the ethical dimensions, which seem to be much less investigated. It seems to me the most visible ethical discussion so far has been the unequal access to the vaccines for people in the richest countries and for those in the poorer or poorest ones. My talk this morning will take you to another venue of inquiry. We'll focus on the curious relationship between social distancing and ethical consideration. Basically, I propose to you, we can see social distancing from 3 different perspectives. First, the hygienic, second, the psychological, and third, the ethical. I offer some brief general comments about the first 2 aspects, that is the hygienic and the psychological. I offer more analytical discussion of the ethical dimension. For hygienic purposes, the 2-meter social distancing restrictions are meant to prevent the spread of the virus, as studies in epidemiology show that closer physical proximity can be highly contagious. These restrictions do not mean to create any kind of complicated consequences for human relationships. It's meant to be hygienic only. But this generally acknowledge that physical distance or close proximity between people holds great implications for human well-being. We are social animals, so says Aristotle. With our family members or loved ones, we want to embrace them, to hold their hands, to share meals and chit-chat with them, to share things and time together, to console them when they're sad, to visit them when they're sick. All of these are dangerous in the sense of, in the context of the pandemic. During the time of the pandemic, people all over the world are instructed not to leave their homes and to practice social distancing within the household. Long periods of such isolation have caused enormous emotional consequence for people, many of whom develop anxiety and depression. Suicide rates went up in many countries, including Thailand and Malaysia. The psychological effects from long period of social distancing in the public area, as well as in domestic life, are far more complex than I can cover here. In ethics, the question of proximity and distance. Next slide, please. In ethics, the question of proximity and distance in relationships lies at the heart of ethical considerations. Great thinkers from ancient times like Confucius, Plato, Aristotle, the Buddha, until more recent time like Kant, and many other contemporary thinkers have developed great wisdom on this issue. If I may be bold enough to commit the sin of oversimplification, I would like to venture into putting ethical considerations into two broad camps. First is the one that those who emphasize the centrality of intimate, loving relationship in close proximity. This is the first major ethical theory: proximity, closeness. A loving relationship is most important for ethical life. And the other theory is that ethical consideration, which emphasizes the priority of equal concern for all, equal distance for all. Namely, this is called the ethics of universality. I will start with the first theory first. My good friend Confucius, and also in contemporary world, we would call it ethics of care. They have close proximity, close relationship. This ethical school of thought puts greatest value and emphasis on special relationship that we have with our family, friends, loved ones, those from the same community, etc. People from these circles are entitled to our special care, love, and attention from us more than and before other people, be they the strangers or those who are far from our circles of significant others. Take, for example, next slide, please. If there's a fire in the school where our young son is attending, imagine this emergent situation. We are entitled, according to this school, we are entitled to help our son first before trying to help others. This is not considered selfish to help your son first, or not reasonable. As long as we do not blame other parents who are also entitled to save their children first in times of emergency. This is called the principle of reversibility. In other words, you use the same principle that you're using for yourself and apply the same principle to others. If you are entitled to save your son first, other parents are also entitled to save their children first as well. This ethical theory thinks that human beings could love only in gradation. We can call it a theory of graded love. We do not have to love everyone equally, but we also have to accept as right and legitimate when other people follow this principle of loving those close to them as well, more than other people as well. So the same principle applies to you and to other people. This does not mean that we can harm or hate other people without due cause. It only points to the realistic condition of human life where we cannot love everyone equally, as love is a preferential emotion in itself. An additional note needs to be said here that this theory of ethics also puts great importance to ethical cultivation or ethical development. That is, one needs to be emotionally and ethically cultivated in order to share your loving attention to other people outside your close circles. If we believe Confucius, which I do, a loving, caring, flourishing community can also be cultivated and nurtured with this principle of graded love. In the past 2 years, however, the COVID-19 pandemic has created new challenges to this kind of ethical theory. Not only does it make the question of proximity and distance much more challenging to ethical life, it also leads to another dilemma of being unable to make a highly personal choice. That is the question whether or not to allow yourself to be vaccinated. In several countries, most notably the US and France, millions of people still refuse to be vaccinated due to many reasons. It could be unbelief in the efficacy of the vaccines, or due to other personal health concern. And most interesting for me is due to personal freedom of choice. For many people, whether or not to get vaccinated is simply a matter of personal choice. Vaccination is an injection of foreign liquid into your body. If it is a forced entry, it can be interpreted as a violation of bodily integrity. I have to leave aside the complex question of the population's distrust of their governments, also as a reason for not getting vaccinated. The COVID pandemic has made this personal choice seems like a selfish decision. In other words, it is not only a personal choice made soundly for your own reasoning, solely for your own purpose. It is also a selfish choice. Given the highly contagious nature of the new Delta variant, even if you think you are protecting yourself adequately, you have forgotten that you can very well be a carrier for the virus, although you might not have any symptoms yourself. Your narrow-mindedness could very well lead to severe illness and deaths of many others. In the case of Thailand, it seems that the initial reluctance of many people not to get vaccinated has changed into willingness to get the jab. I cannot know for sure if this change of heart was a matter of ethical reflection or simply that they are better informed. My point is that the distance between people in multiple relationships, which has served as a basis of ethical consideration, has been seriously challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic. Another ethical theory which has been highly influential is the theory which places greatest emphasis on equal concern for all. Next PowerPoint, please. This theory starts from the understanding that it is not possible to find an objective and good reason to decide which person is worth more than any other. In that sense, we need to build an ethical theory which is based on the idea of equal value of all. You cannot value those close to you more than other people who are more distant from you, according to this second theory. In ancient time, we heard the voice, next PowerPoint, please. In ancient time, we heard the voice of such theory from the thoughts of Mozi, who is an arch-rival or opponent of Confucius, who proposed the idea of GNI, or universal concern for all. Some people translate GNI as universal love, but modern-day scholars tend to see it's not love in the emotional sense. It's more like impartial, universal concern for all. So I'm using this translation of TNI. This is in opposition to the Confucian theory of graded love mentioned earlier. In modern time, next PowerPoint, please. The most well-known school of this equal concern for all is the utilitarian school. The greatest happiness principle of John Stuart Mill is the most widely known proposer of this ethical school. In this school, according to this school, in order to calculate the greatest number of happiness for the greatest number of people, one needs to consider all or everyone as an equal unit first. You cannot make the CEO of a large company worth or count more than the cleaning ladies of the firm. Everyone is considered equal, namely one unit first, before any calculation of the greatest number of happiness or the greatest number of people could be made possible. In this line of thinking, in order to find a criteria for the right and wrong of a moral action, one needs to keep an impartial, equal distance from everyone. First, this principle is commonly used in public policy decisions, in making public policy decisions. Take, for example, to appropriate land ownership from private individuals to state ownership for the purpose of building a new highway to ease traffic congestions in big cities. Another example is the decision to dislocate many villages in high mountain areas to build water electric dam. The massive calculation of costs and benefits will affect the lives of millions of people for a new highway or for electricity use, usually rests in the lap of this utilitarian principle, of which also implied fair compensation for the few who need to be dislocated for the bigger purpose or greater happiness of the many. At this point, I need to mention that this utilitarian principle of calculating happiness is mostly used in big public projects, like building roads or dam construction, but it is usually not recommended or not frequently used in the private life. You can imagine if the father of a family strictly follows this utilitarian principle, then he would dictate that he would keep equal distance from all his children. He would calculate the costs and benefits of each child without bias. How much do I invest in child number 1, number 2, number 3? He is required to love his children all equally. This would be a very odd family if it ever existed. In the case of state or public institutions, an equal treatment of all citizens seems to be synonymous with delivering justice. These public institutions need to avoid special treatment for people with special access or privilege relationship with that institution. This would be called corruption, which is a violation of public trust. In this sense, this second theory of equal concern for all insists on keeping equal distance from all. In this sense, we can see that the proximity or closeness is valued, highly valued in the first ethical theory of love and intimate relationship, while equal distance and equal concern for all lies at the heart of the second ethical theory. Next PowerPoint, please. Now, we turn to the question of the pandemic and the bodhisattva in Buddhist moral imagination. Our next question is to address in what way the COVID-19 pandemic brings us closer to the bodhisattva as an ideal in Buddhist moral imagination. Towards the end of 2022, next PowerPoint, please. The WHO chief came out and gave a very interesting statement. He said, in this global pandemic condition, no one can be safe until every one of us is safe. The exact wording might be a little bit different, but the sense is something like this. A seemingly simple statement, but it conveys several challenging messages for us all. It is basically a plea to the richer nations not to forget the importance of sharing access to the vaccines with people from poorer countries. This plea is made on humanitarian ground. It also serves as a warning to every nation there's no such thing as being safe from the pandemic by themselves or even with neighbors in bubbles. As the world has become so much intertwined and interconnected, there's no demarcation line that can serve as a safe zone. In other words, we are all in this together. There's no way out of this situation if everyone else does not have access to the exit. This is quite a dire warning. This particular statement from the WHO chief strikes a chord in my heart. It reminds me, next please. It reminds me of a vow of a bodhisattva or the Buddha to be, who makes a vow to save all beings from suffering before she herself would be enlightened. This is putting the safety of all first before the blissfulness of oneself. It is interesting for me as someone who does Buddhist philosophy to see the encounter, the meeting up of the traditional Buddhist moral imagination with the current pandemic situation of this 21st century. It's intriguing to imagine that the background condition of this line of thinking about connectivity is perhaps the universal condition of radical connectivity of suffering. When we juxtapose the Bodhisattva's vow with the pandemic, we are challenged to rethink the two entities which have their basis on either intimate proximity or equal distance from all. That is, we need to chart new venues in terms of everyone as if we are all in close proximity. The first theory assumes that we have an intimate relationship only with a limited number of people, our friends, our families. And then the others are strangers outside our circles of the significant others. The second theory advocates that we need to have equal concerns for all. But the pandemic has made all this, the basis of these two theories, all very complicated. So we need new venues for thinking about ethics in terms of everyone first, as if they are all in close proximity to us. Both the warmth of love and intimacy and the cold impartiality of equal concern for all needs to be transcended in this situation where the most distant people are affecting our lives as if they were in close proximity, while those dearest and closest to us need to be kept at 2 meter social distance at all times. This is a really paradoxical situation where you have to imagine all the others who are actually quite close to us because of the pandemic. And those who are close to us, we need to practice social distancing. In this paradoxical condition, the basis of the two most influential theories, ethical theories, are transcended or challenged. In their place, we have a vow of the Bodhisattva whose spiritual aspiration embraces all into her arms. A pinch of selfishness will bring danger back to oneself. Only extreme compassion could save us all. From this perspective, we have an interesting image of a new ethical path. In traditional ethics of love, we start from oneself and those close to us and expand our love out in gradation until the strangers are included. This is the Confucian model. Now, it seems that we need to reimagine ethical maturity as not moving outward from me or from us, but we might need to start from imagining the everyone else first and not the me first. We need to proceed from the people in general, the strangers, the others, the they, the them, the he, the she, and then the we, and then lastly, the I. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a new existential condition for rethinking ethical life in this sense. At this point, someone might raise a rejection that the fact of this pandemic would never change the ethical concern of everyone. This is because when our chips are down, we are willing to care for all others simply because the situation forces itself on us. In other words, it is still for our own survival that really matters. The concern for the safety of all are only a means which needs to be extended. It is not an end in itself. It is not a moral commitment on my part. Through this rejection, I do not have a final answer. I can only say that I'm not asking anyone or everyone to hold this lofty ideal of being a bodhisattva. I'm not asking everyone to be a saint, of being unconditional, absolute altruist. I'm not asking that. I'm simply proposing a call for extended compassion, imaginative commiseration, and sympathy. Perhaps a small bell could ring the sound of a waterfall of tears cascading down the mountains of our collective sufferings. Next, please. It seems that globalization and the pandemic are two phases of the same process. Globalization has overcome distances through advances in technology. COVID-19 nails us back to our locality. We can no longer be clear-cut who are close to us and who are distant from us. It is easy to be confused how we should feel for those close to us and how much we can care for strangers who are far from us. This question of compassion and proximity is well illustrated by a famous passage by Adam Smith, the author of The Wealth of Nations. Next, please. This is a rather long passage. Do I still have about 5 minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I just go ahead. It won't be long, okay? Let us go through this rather lengthy passage together, and then I will have a closing statement. This is Adam Smith speaking, and I use this quotation from Martha Nussbaum, The Upheavals of Thought. Let us suppose that the great empire of China, with all its myriads inhabitants, was suddenly swallowed up by an earthquake. And let us consider how a man of humanity in Europe, China as the other, Europe as the center of the concern here, who had no sort of connection with that part of the world, no proximity concern, only people from a distant land. How this gentleman would be affected upon receiving news of this dreadful calamity. In the imagination of Adam Smith, he said, this gentleman, this man of humanity in Europe, he would, I imagine, first of all, express very strongly his sorrow for the misfortune of those unhappy people. He would make many melancholy reflections upon the precariousness of human life and the vanity of all the labors of man, which could thus be annihilated in a moment because of the earthquake. When all of this philosophy was over, when all these humane sentiments have been fairly expressed, we express our concern, our commiseration in some sense. When all these human sentiments had been expressed, he would pursue his business of his pleasure, take repose of his diversion with the same ease and tranquility as if no such accident had ever happened. The most frivolous disaster which could befall himself would occasion a more real disturbance. If he was to lose his little finger tomorrow, he would not sleep tonight. But provided he never saw them, he will snore with the more profound security over the ruin of 100 millions of his brethren, of his brothers, and the destruction of the immense multitude seems plainly an object, that is the death of the millions of the Chinese, an object less interesting to him than this paltry misfortune of his own. He might lose his little finger. So this is the complex situation where Adam Smith put us through the imagination experiment of trying to imagine the question of distance, the compassion as tentative, as only at the initial response, but then when it comes to real suffering, even a little suffering from our own, then we are really concerned about our own situation. Next, please. Now, concluding part, although the image of the Chinese others is less and less indicative of distant land and people, the Chinese are everywhere globally today, not during the time of, unlike during the time of Adam Smith, I would imagine. But the point of the question of proximity and distance and our capability of sympathy and compassion, I think is still very much relevant. The condition of people who live mostly separately is becoming less and less real in this 21st century. In this century of radical interconnectivity, as concretely evidenced in the Belt and Road Initiative, which are physically connecting the whole world, not to mention the internet. We are also creating a new existential environment for rethinking how to develop new norms of coexistence, that is, ethical coexistence. The Buddhist moral imagination of a bodhisattva who puts the safety and well-being of everyone else first before her own enlightenment is one such moral aspiration, which, although ancient, somehow becomes current and highly relevant. As we have pointed out here, The Bodhisattva vow of saving all first is echoed in the statement of the WHO chief on how the whole world could survive this pandemic together. I don't know if the WHO chief is aware of his statement being in congruence with the vows of a Bodhisattva in the Buddhist tradition. And my last sentence to you is, an ancient aspiration from a Buddhist saint has become an imperative for collective survival in this 21st century. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking talk and insightful remarks on the impact of COVID-19, the ethical dilemmas arising out of them, and the responses based on several ethical considerations.
So right now we are taking a short break. The conference will resume at 10:15 with the panelist session. And meanwhile, may I remind you that to register at our website at www.sigtas.org, once you register, you can check out the conference posters and also the exhibition section. We have both fine arts and Thai performances there for you to view. So we will see you again at 10:15.
So
รักเราฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามา
So welcome back to SIGTEST 2021. Now we are going to have a panelist discussion on the theme, changes in human life in the new era of pandemics. In this session, we have 3 keynote speakers, including Dr. Howard Youngs, Dr. Suvichit Chaidarun, and Professor David Sundaram. The panelist discussion will be divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, our speakers will give a short talk for 5 to 7 minutes. In the second round, they will have a panelist discussion based on the questions that I prepared. And finally, they will give a final remark. Now for the first round of the panelist discussion, first let me introduce the first speaker, Dr. Howard Youngs from the School of Education, Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand. He has been involved in education for 35 years in schools and also universities in various countries around the world. His professional work include teaching, facilitating workshops, research, and thesis supervision. His areas of specialization include leadership development, learning for all, team learning, and organizational learning. The title of his talk is Reinventing Leadership Processes in the New Era of Post-Pandemic Challenges.
Good club and Sawadee club, everybody, and I will just going to share my screen and I will take you through my first few points. It is a privilege to be involved in this conference with you. So hopefully you should be seeing my shared screen at the moment. Is that correct? Hang on.
We can't see it yet.
There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we can see it now. Yep.
Oh, great. It's very important for me to start in an appropriate New Zealand way. And that means that I want to honour our Indigenous people, and by speaking in their language. It's a greeting to you all. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko rangatoto toko moanga, ko Thames Te Awa no Rochford, England aho, ke Tamaki Makaro Aotearoa, toko kainga anainei, ko Howard Youngs toko ingoa, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. In my greetings there, I made mention of my mountain is Rangatoto. In the photo you see there is Rangatoto Island, which I can see from my home here in Auckland. But I have this photograph here because it symbolises something that is so important during these pandemic times. The quest of leadership is to help bring others to calm waters. You notice that there is a flat spot in the water there. During the stormy times of the pandemic, leadership's role in universities is to help people stay in those calm waters as much as possible. We are in a very interesting time, aren't we? An educational leader from Australia has recently used these words. They said that we've had the old normal, what it used to be like before the pandemic. Right now, we're in the new normal. But what is the next normal? Because the world will not be the same as how it used to be once this pandemic is finally over. So one of the key things about leadership in universities and for us as lecturers, as educators and researchers is to be in that space between the new normal and the next normal. Not to go back and say we want the past to just happen again. But so what are you doing to be in that space looking towards what the next normal is? Now, there is a lot of research that is now emerging when you do a search for higher education, well-being, students and lecturers. And that shows that well-being and has been severely impacted. We have students out there now who some are afraid to come back to campuses. We have others where their learning has been disrupted. We have lecturers who have suffered through anxiety and workload issues for the extra work they quickly had to do to put courses online. Now, grief experts have suggested that what all of us have experienced is some degree of loss. Some of you, it would have been very personal. For others of you, it's because it's a lost opportunity now that you can't do something that you used to. So what universities have done is, a lot of people say we've gone online. I argue against that. I say that what we've done in universities is quickly put our face-to-face courses online, and that's called emergency response teaching. To have a fully online curriculum takes a lot more preparation because of the pedagogy that needs to be thought through with it, and assessments and group work. Now, I'm using this word wicked problems, and please, I do not mean something that is evil. Wicked problems are problems that when we solve it, it creates another problem and another problem. So when you allow students back on campus, it's going to create a whole lot of new problems. These are called wicked problems. Now, we have to be careful not to focus on being perfect, on getting everything right. Because if we have that as part of our culture, we will hide what is really going on. In the pandemic times, we need to be open because we're working with many unknowns, and these lead to wicked problems. We also have to work with paradox, where two things are in play. Universities have had a loss in income. But rather than lay off staff and say we haven't got the jobs anymore, how can we also look at the care and well-being of staff and of our students and look for new opportunities? It's walking in paradox. It's trying to find harmony between opposites. One of the things that we can do is draw on the lessons learned from risk management over the last 30 or 40 years. Wardman makes this observation. One of the key themes is not to have single leadership or leaders and followers, but to have shared leadership, because it needs all of us engaged and helping form new directions. That means we need to focus on organisational learning. I don't have time to explain that in this short period, but maybe if you're interested in that, do feel free to contact me. Here are, I think, the high priority questions for right now. Where is uncertainty most apparent with your students and with your staff? Where are they possibly experiencing a loss of direction? And then how can staff and students experience being valued again by your university? That's the number one priority, because that is attached to well-being, and psychology and counselling all point to that. The other point is this here, and there's a range of questions here. I'm not going to read them all. But what is one thing, or what are the things you've missed that you now want to bring back in because of lockdowns? But what's been removed that you used to do before that you don't want to go back to again? Universities have an opportunity to make changes, to reinvent themselves. There are other questions there as well. And the last one I just want to touch on is at the bottom there. During the pandemic, the people who don't have much, the poor, maybe those who are isolated in rural regions, it's now harder for them. So how will they actually get access to university, a university education? What can universities do to reach out to the poor and those who have less, even more so now because of the pandemic? It places people right at the centre. So finally, And Slipakorn staff, some of you might recognise this workshop I did with you from the photograph there. My final words are he haha, te mea nui, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing? It's not research, it's not teaching, it's not making sure that we have enough money in our universities. Those are important, but the most important thing is people and our relationships. If we put people first, then our universities may flourish. Ka kun klap.
Thank you very much indeed for your insightful talk. And next, let me invite the second speaker, Dr. Suvichit Chaidarun from the National University of Singapore. He is a senior lecturer and academic director for graduate programs by coursework in the Department of Communications and New Media, National University of Singapore. He holds an MA in Speech Communication at the University of Washington under the Fulbright Scholarship and PhD at the University of Memphis. He worked as lecturers in various universities and various countries around the world, and he has published in various international publications. His areas of specialization comprise strategic communication, intercultural and organizational communications, as well as online pedagogy. Now he will give a talk titled Decentering and Reimagining Higher Education in Post-COVID-19 Era, a Strategic Communication Perspective.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction here. First of all, let me check if you see my slide and hear me all right on your side. Please give me a thumbs up if you see my slide and hear me all right.
Yep, we can see your slide and we can hear you well. Yep.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be back and give a talk here, share my experience and share my research or some kind of wisdom, perhaps, with colleagues from around the world through Slipakorn University's conference here. This is my second time already speaking for the international conference at Slipakorn University, and it's always a pleasure for me. Thank you very much. Okay, if you grew up during my time, you probably know what this was all about. I remember some 20 years ago when I went to the university, I had to carry this floppy disk with me, but those days were gone. And I don't think younger generations here probably ever saw this kind of floppy disk anymore, right? Because technology changes, things changes, and these days we don't carry the storage anymore. The device that we have usually have enough storage. Or if we want the storage, it will be something very, very portable, very tiny thing that you can just plug in and then, get it go anywhere. So whenever technology changes, usually it's invented in order to solve some of the problems in our lives. But I remember those days when I changed from floppy disk to the thumb drive for the first time. I need to learn, even though it's the new thing, right? It's the new thing that is meant to be more convenient for our lives, but there's a learning curve. But how do we cope with all those learning curves? Today, I'm going to share with you two major movements that are hitting hard and have been catalyzed by COVID-19, all right? And those two movements are first, disruptive innovation that we all know or have heard all about like over the past few years, even before COVID-19. The second one is the open innovation and how these two streams of movements are really catalyzed by COVID-19 and what we as higher education institutes can do or should do in order to cope with all these changes based on some of the experience that I have had teaching in Australia, in the UK, and in Singapore now, all right? So that being said, I think when we talk about the first movement, disruptive innovation, we definitely pay homage to Clayton Christensen, who wrote a lot about disruptive innovation, disruptive technologies that disrupt all those businesses models and all that. I don't have time to really talk into detail about all those business models to cope with disruptive innovation, but let's get to the gist of the theory. The theory explains that usually for all types of businesses, organization, right, we tend to maintain the kind of like sustaining innovation that moves up the timeline gradually. But actually, there are some types of technology that help some organizations move through the innovation quite quickly. If you remember, the music industry have been hit hard earlier, right? Starting from the cassette tape, move on to the CD player. I know I'm old enough to talk about all those things, but I don't know. These days, younger generation never know all those cassette tapes, what it look like anymore, right? They just download the music and all that with the disruptive technology here. Think about our education. We have been hit hard by the online technology, the online teaching platform with MOOC and all that in the past few years, right? And even major universities these days, Harvard and MIT and all that, they jump into doing all these online courses. How is higher education being disrupted? Especially with the COVID-19, that needs to have the online courses is higher, a lot of demand on that. And what happens is that some majors, some disciplines that do not make money are being attacked, right, by the administration. We've seen a lot of news articles about some universities being closed down. Some disciplines are being asked to merge with another discipline, and then there's a lot of resentment from professors or people who teach in those disciplines. And that's why I think going back to the first speech by Howard, I think the heart of the people who work in that discipline is very important. We definitely need to nourish the heart and soul of those people, because all disciplines are needed in the society, right? So some of the things that have been discussed by some key scholars like Peter Drucker or Clayton Christensen himself, he said that in America, some of the universities would die and all that. I don't know whether that's going to be true. We have to wait and see now. And, you know, we see some of that coming up in some universities already. Now, the second movement that I would just go through real quick is the movement called open innovation. We know closed innovation is the opposite of open innovation, but what is closed innovation? Closed innovation is the movement where the organization rely on innovation based on their own internal research and development department, while open innovation is, in a nutshell, more or less like the organization offers a platform that has a free flow of ideas from external and internal to generate new innovation, organizational change, right? Why open innovation is needed? Because we found that in closed innovation system, organization cannot compete well. It's so hard, it's so kind of like slow, so slow and all that, okay? So that being said, let me share just a few examples here for the sake of the time that I have here. Based on some experience where I taught in Australia, in Singapore, and some in the US, what some of the universities do to move along with that open innovation. A couple of years ago, I taught at the University of Technology of Sydney before I moved to Singapore, right? Right before COVID, the university already prepared themselves to offer online courses. But they offer different types of online courses, including micro-credential, short courses, online courses, and free online courses. Let me draw your attention to these free online courses real quick. They give a tester, like they take out one unit from their course, their existing course, right, and use it as a tester for people to really try out. And they use this not like any MOOC course, but it's the kind of course to test out the idea whether or not there's a demand for people who want to study in this module, in this subject. And it's not just that, they use it to canvass the ideas, how the people out there would want this course to be like and what content to be taught. That is some sort of like open innovation that they start to kind of like initiate in that system. when I taught public relations writing, because I came from strategic communication discipline, right? I ran into this open education resource by Ohio University. They create the press, the open resource press, by asking their professors to publish books that are available freely to anyone on the internet. Why do universities have to do that? Of course, it's actually another platform for the university instructors to do research, right? If they write research in the forms of books, textbook, and people respond, people put comments and all that onto the books that they write, it's kind of like canvassing the ideas from the outside stakeholders out there as well. Okay, so finally, coming back to my own university, the National University of Singapore, we are starting to do that as well. For example, we start to have the Genius channel. What is this Genius channel? It's like the baby step of going open. We start to have the open textbook and open YouTube, something similar to YouTube channels for instructors to share their research to the publics out there, right? So all these things, both the disruptive innovation, where we have to start teaching online more, and the open innovation, where we have to share knowledge to the public more, and then gather ideas from the public out there, right? It's some things that are kind of like being catalyzed by COVID-19 to make universities do more of these things online, so that we can partner, we can collaborate with the community, reach out to the public even more with the new technology. So that being said, the final thing that I want to leave with the panel, and then we can discuss this further, is that with these two movements that are moving so fast, it forced all the academicians and lecturers at the university, researchers at the university, to develop new skill sets. And part of those new skill sets is my area, strategic communication, because we have to do a lot of community engagement through open innovation. We have to deal with the media. Earlier this morning, we saw already that the keynote speaker, he has to present his new research finding, scientific finding to the journalists and all that, right? So those are kind of like the new skill sets that we have to refresh ourselves as the academician to cope with all these new innovations that the university are trying to move forward to. But most importantly, it's in our hearts that we have to keep connecting, that we need to keep communicating, so that we can cope with all these, perhaps, the so-called wicked problems that Howard mentioned earlier. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your stimulating talk. And our final speaker is Professor David Sundaram from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. He is an engineer, a teacher, a researcher, and a consultant. He is passionate about modeling, design, and implementation of flexible and evolvable information, decision, knowledge, and social systems. He has a keen interest in the exploration and application of these to the architecting and design of learning, adaptive, agile, and sustainable individuals, enterprises, supply chains, communities, and society. He will now give a talk on the topic, Transform or Die, Balancing on the Edge of Chaos. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we cannot hear you.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction.
Oh,
can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint. Yes.
Okay. The topic today is Transform or Die. This is the topic that I've been working with for maybe many decades. Balancing on the edge of chaos. And before COVID, I thought we were on the edge of chaos, but COVID has changed my mind. We are really on the edge of chaos at this point in time. So first, let me talk about dying. And I want to show you some images. You can all recognize the virus there. young kids dying, the planet dying, the infrastructure in chaos, and organizations and the world. We are living in a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world where the structures, processes, and systems are extremely rigid. And one of the questions I ask my students almost in every class, how would you enable your company, society, and yourself to learn, to be alive, adaptive, agile, resilient, flexible, transparent, and sustainable? And I ask them to respond in terms of processes, but also how they can use technology to be alive, adaptive, agile, and resilient. So from dying, let me move to transforming. Transformation has to be sustainable. There is no point in just adapting blindly. The UN has come up with 17 goals to transform the world into a more sustainable world where there is no poverty, zero hunger, good health, gender equality, and so on. And when we look at sustainability, there are many dimensions of sustainability: economic, environmental, societal, cultural, and more recently, some years ago, I added health before COVID came along. The problem is these dimensions are totally intertwined. The relationships are causal. If you do one thing in one area, it affects another area. They are integrated, and you need to have a holistic perspective to be able to solve the problems. And the systems we are working with are cybernetic systems. And when we look at these systems, there are different ways in which you can approach it. At the strategic level, at the organizational level, at the process level, and at the technology or systems level. But irrespective of what level you're approaching, one of the key things is to be able to measure various key performance indicators. There is a saying, if you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So for organizations, universities to be able to manage, they need to measure absolutely vital KPIs on the strategy, on the sustainable front. Second is modeling. They need to be able to do modeling of the phenomena that is in front of us. My belief is without modeling and benchmarking, you cannot really transform organizations or society. Apart from that, you need to educate. But in the context of COVID, it is also about educating people. It's about persuading people to do the right thing when it's so easy to do the wrong things. And finally, using all these things to transform using exponential technologies, such as the technologies Dr. Sean mentioned, that digitize, disrupt, dematerialize, that are free, and that are democratically available to everybody. And I have been working in a variety of spaces, but more recently I've been working at the individuals and family space. I've worked at organizational levels, network levels, and societal levels. Predominantly, my focus has been on things like visions, strategies, processes, models, paradigms, architectures, systems, implementations, and roadmaps. I just want to leave with you some key thoughts at different levels of abstraction. In the context of individuals and families, I've worked with a number of PhD students and colleagues around the world. And some of the keywords that come up in this context are things like sustainability, using social aspects like social media, using a systems approach, a holistic approach, being adaptive in the real world, using real-time, precise information to provide personalized support. Whether it is a student or a patient, we need to provide personalized support. But we also need to be able to persuade them to adopt the new pathways and the new processes. In terms of organizations, I again worked at a variety of levels. One of the key issues in organizations and supply chains as well is how do we recombine processes very quickly when the world is changing and we need to adapt quickly. How do we adapt quickly to the changing world? And we need to be able to take decision making and leadership in a distributed way. Howard talked about it's not just one leader and everybody follows, but he talked about distributed leadership. And we need fast, flexible recombination of processes, but we also need distributed decision making, particularly when the world is in chaos. And we have also worked at the network and society level. And here again, issues such as visibility. We need to be able to see from left to right, from the top of the supply chain to the bottom of the supply chain. We need to be able to collaborate like what we are doing now across universities. We need to form communities of people, of like-minded people, but also of unlike-minded people, so that we can come together in our differences and learn to evolve together as an organism. There is a beautiful quotation by Viktor Frankl. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. In this new normal that Howard talked about, what are we going to choose? How should we respond? Should we continue to follow the old paradigms of fighting, poverty, exclusivity, inequality and injustice, indifference and silence, where always bigger was better? Or do we follow a more sustainable paradigm, a paradigm of love, of plenty, inclusivity, equality and justice, caring and protesting for what is right, where smaller and lesser may be better? I want to leave you with these thoughts and challenges. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your transformative talk. And now we will have a panel discussion. Okay, now let me put forward the question to our panelists. Okay, the first question is, how should universities be reinvented in the age of disruption and the global pandemic? So who would like to go first? Can we start perhaps with Dr. Howard Youngs?
Okay, thank you. I think when the wording there you have used, how should universities be reinvented, means that we have to first of all reflect and say, how were they in the first place? Because what are we wanting to change from? And so we've got to understand what is most important that we've had from the past, that we want to keep. And then we have to do three things. Number one is, what things do we need to relearn because of the pandemic? Secondly, what things do we need to unlearn so that we don't do them anymore? Like trying to be perfect and hiding errors. And number three is, what do we need to learn? And that's where we need to learn from each other. It comes down to one thing that links those three together from the area of organisational learning. For you and your colleagues, it means we've always got to test each other's assumptions. What is your self-talk? Is it always coming out of your mouth? Do we really say what we think and raise our concerns? If we work in organisations where we don't have that freedom, that's where the reinventing has to take place.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Okay, and next one. So shall maybe Dr. Suwishik, how would you like to share your thoughts on the question?
Yeah, I think throughout the history, right, we exist in the kind of world where we have to wrestle with all the tensions around that, what kind of tensions we are facing, we have to wrestle with it and keep a balance. So I think to reinvent the university is repositioning ourselves to keep a balance. What I mean here is that we have to explore more of the tensions that we are facing at the moment. For instance, to what extent we need to go online, to what extent we can still maintain face-to-face and all that. It could be, you might call me a binary person. I'm fine with that, but yeah, I believe that there are always all those tensions that we have to keep a balance. To what extent we have to rely on technology, and to what extent you think, no matter what, I still think that pedagogy still leads, right? Technology. So we have to keep a balance. Don't go with too much of the technology, but still maintain the pedagogy approach. And the last tension that I can see from the top of my head right now is that not all disciplines are prone towards online teaching. So to what extent we can maintain online teaching for those disciplines that are prone towards online teaching, and we can give the freedom for the disciplines that still need face-to-face interactions with among the instructors and the students. So in a nutshell, I think to reinvent, to reimagine the nature of the university in the future for me is to repositioning ourselves to keep a balance in the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the key word here is balance. That's really good. And next one, shall I ask Professor Dr. David to share your thoughts on the question?
I think Howard alluded to this when he said, this is an opportunity for us to completely change, not just continue doing the same thing online. And I think many universities, including my own university, sorry to say that, are just trying to rehash the old stuff in new bottles. I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to smash the old pots of wine and come up with a totally new flavor of wine that can change the world, you know? And it's not, as Dr. Sean mentioned, it's not just about online. It's being appropriate to the discipline and the demands of the discipline, and having a hybrid approach that respects the online modality and its advantages and its disadvantages, but also the richness of the face-to-face communication. There are so many millions of cues that we send out when we meet somebody face-to-face. And that richness sometimes is lost in the online pedagogy. So I would say, let us try to come up with new bottles of wine, which is appropriate to the new world that we are being ushered into.
Thank you very much. Maybe we have a new kind of, maybe a new or reconceptualization of higher education. Wow, that's good. And I think since all of you have mentioned a bit about technology, and this ties in really well with my next question. Okay, so the next question is technology a friend or a foe of education? Okay, so for this one, shall I start with Professor David Sundaram?
Thank you for that. I think it is both. I want to take the politician way out, okay? I would like to say it is a friend, and it can be a friend if used appropriately. But I have also seen how, when I'm teaching online, and the students are allowed to show an image rather than their face, they have the screen on, and I know that some of them have gone off to do some cooking or eating or whatever. you know? So I'm sure that Howard and Sean have experienced some of these things. So in that sense, I think that real world, real face-to-face engagement is lost in this online Zoom-based modalities which offer people to put up personas without the physicality. So it can be a friend, but it can also be a foe.
Well, thank you very much. And next one, can I ask Dr. Howard Youngs to share your thoughts on that?
I agree. It is a friend and a foe, which leads us to the key question, which is technology. Do we use technology to serve us, or do we serve technology? Now, we have to be careful here because there are companies out there, multinational companies, who are trying to sell you technology and learning platforms. And they would want you to buy your product, to buy their product. There's two things that you have to be careful of. Number one, the products we buy are usually standardized. And so they are not fit for purpose for all of the different types of learners in your university. They have to be adapted. Secondly, when you buy a platform from overseas or technology from overseas, it does not connect with your own culture. And it has to be adapted to your language, not just your language, but your values as well. Because otherwise, if we just have global technology that's standardized, then we're going to lose the richness of the cultures of the world.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I think that's the issue that we all face indeed when during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to teach online and we struggle a bit with that. Okay, and finally, can I ask Dr. Suwishit to share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we all agree that technology can be both friends and foes. So we need to know the affordances of technology and make use of that properly and wisely for our purpose. I want to resonate Howard's idea about using the standardized technology because if you are teaching in the social sciences and business related discipline like I do, right? Sometimes we know that there are so many companies out there selling simulations and we jump into using all those simulations for our students, not knowing that sometimes all those simulations are not appropriate culturally to our students and all that. And we just thought that it's easy to use online simulation right now because we cannot teach we cannot run the exams online, so we use simulation as a form of assessment instead of like doing the exams and stuff like that, not knowing that there are unintended consequences of using all those standardized commercialized technological tools, right? So I think that's a very important point that I want to highlight here. Other than that, I just think that use technology to serve your pedagogical purposes. So no matter what, still use or keep pedagogy as the key thing, and then use technology just to serve pedagogy. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we can all agree that although technology can present it with opportunities and affordances, we have to be critical and maybe use it appropriately. Indeed, thank you very much. And now to follow up from that point, I think we all have heard that there are people who say that university will be obsolete, it will be outdated, and technology will take over university. So the third question is, will universities perish or flourish in the age of digital disruption? Okay, so for this question, shall we start with Dr. Suwishit Chadarun Kap?
Well, I don't have a concrete answer to that question. We are still looking into the future together, hopefully. But I think to respond to that question, instead of like saying that we will survive or we will die, right? I would hope that we will survive for sure, but how are we going to survive? How are we going to adapt ourselves? I think many universities might face the same challenge. Even at my university, right, the undergraduate enrollment is declining significantly because of the population, not just the COVID issue and all that. Of course, the COVID will catalyze that a little bit because there are a lot of students, the younger generation, who are not ready to do their undergraduate degrees just yet for the time being right now, right? So we are facing all those issues. Now, how we as academicians, right, will reach out to the community while education is still our core task that we are going to use to serve the community. So I think the challenge is not teaching only, but how are we going to transform ourselves? I think we definitely will face more. I don't want to use the word pressure, but I can't think of any better word than that from the upper level management, from the society, that the university will have to do something else beyond just teaching these days, right? You will see that we have to provide short courses for professionals, people not teaching undergrad, postgrad in the same traditional way. We have to do community engagement, sharing our knowledge, and show how we are going to use our knowledge to solve community problems, right? And that may be just simply through the interview by teleconferencing, sharing our expertise, giving advice to the communities and stuff like that. So there will be new skill set that academicians will have to develop just in order to do that, right? And finally, I will see more and more academicians being interviewed by the journalists, by the media. How are we going to translate our knowledge that we use to educate our undergraduate students through the PowerPoint slide that we teach in classroom into something that lay people can understand, right? Through maybe mass media in the future. So those are some of the new skill sets that we will have to transform in order to survive and make sure our core education task that we have to serve the community is still there.
Thank you very much indeed. And now can we hear from Professor Dr. David Sundaram on this topic?
Thank you. My personal thought is that if universities continue to do their current response, they will perish. They need to drastically change the way they think and the way they react. University systems are like nearly 1,500 years old formalities and formations and structures. The COVID has given us a wake-up call and made us change the way we do things. But how we change is at the heart of it. Do we change in a sustainable way which embraces the future and all the promises that it has, or do we just react and just put Band-Aid on a wound where blood is pouring out? I think we need to react and adapt in a more sentient way rather than just like a kind of a wounded animal. So I think the way we are going, we will perish as universities, and we need to have a wake-up call which helps us to survive.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, that's very insightful. And finally, Dr. Howard Youngs, can you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm just going to focus on those words, digital disruption. First of all, digital does not have to be a disruption, but sometimes the digital technology can be used as a disruption, and there is usually an agenda behind it. And I think, and this is where we need to have the open conversations in our universities, that as digital technology is used to disrupt what is happening, it might be used for cost cutting, to try and be more efficient. It's part of this way of thinking called new public management, where the focus goes on too much on effectiveness, on efficiency and economy. And if there's been universities have been suffering in that area for many years, for decades. So they can use the digital disruption argument to be a reason to cut back on costs. I look at it another way. And I think instead of saying digital disruption, we have to change the focus of the argument so that we look at the social disruption that's currently occurring, the disruption of inequity that's currently occurring, the health disruption that's currently occurring, and the climate change disruption that's currently occurring. Those are the disruptions that we need to be involved in. And then universities can be there for the greater good of all.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, okay, for your insightful talk. And I'm afraid that's the last question that we can have due to time limit. But right now, for the final round, let me invite each of you to give a final remark on the theme of this panelist session. And let's start with Dr. Suwishit Chaidarun. Can you give a final remark for this theme, please?
I think the problem will never end. Okay, and we are still in the midst of this together. For instance, at my university, next semester we are migrating back to the university. We are going to teach in the hybrid mode. And by hybrid, we mean half of the class will be present in the classroom, and the students with vulnerability, they may choose to study online. Okay, so that's going to be a very difficult situation to manage because we have to teach on site and online at the same time. So I think, when we transition back, we have to think about how to use technology to serve our purpose, right? While not leaving the students in class behind, or at the same vice versa, right? Teaching students in class, but don't leave the students who take our class online behind. So I think of this situation as another extension, another step. And it seems to me that it resonates with the previous answer that I gave to you, that no matter what, throughout the history, we will have to encounter tensions, issues, problems, challenges that we have to face. Now, the question that we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to use technology as the solution to our problem, rather than just relying on technology to do everything for us, right? So I think, no matter what, the problem will never end, and then we should rely on technology just to solve our problem, not to be the entire entity of education in the future. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. And next, Professor Dr. David Sundaram.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like to take a cup more than full viewpoint on the matter. And I would like to see this as an opportunity for us to rethink what is education. Not the old teacher standing in a podium and everybody listening kind of a thing, but more of a journey of learners. With Google and whatnot, everybody has access to information. So it is not about giving information from a podium to people, to students who are sitting either remotely in their home or in front of a class, but can we take them on a journey of discovery and learning? So I would like to suggest that we have an amazing opportunity in front of us to completely transform education and learning, and we need to take this bull or this opportunity by its horns and do the best we can to completely revamp our system, inside out, outside in, whatever, not just continue the old paradigms or that have stopped working for many years.
Thank you very much indeed. And finally, Dr. Howard Youngs.
I'm just going to just share a slide with you to finish with. So you should be able to see that right now. It is the one where I think we have to get even better at walking in paradox. And one of the reasons around this is because when we walk in paradox, it's what's called resilient leadership. Because that's what we need to grow now, is to make sure that our societies are far more resilient. So that means that on the one hand, we will hold things like technology, development and growth. And on the other hand, at the same time, we have to grow well-being and resilience. And particularly with those in our society who are the most vulnerable. Now, the most vulnerable won't be part of this conference because they wouldn't be able to have this sort of access. And so how do we bring them into the conversation? So I think that is one of the key things that we need to be looking at here, not just knowledge production and technology production, but for the betterment of all in society, how do we help people improve their living and their self-worth? Finally, around leadership, we have talked about not so much leaders and followers. Yes, we did mention distributed and shared leadership. There is also a third way of thinking about leadership. It's called leadership as a process or leadership as practice. We don't focus on individuals trying to be the heroes who solve our problems. Leadership as a process is described by a Scandinavian writer like this. Leadership is the ongoing forming of direction. That's what we now have to be thinking. What is happening with the ongoing forming of direction and redirection in the present, right now? That means that we all have to be engaged with that. Ka kun krap.
Thank you very much indeed for all your inspirational talks. I believe we can agree that as universities, we have to adapt, evolve, and thrive in the age of disruption and global pandemic. So thank you very much. We all learned a lot from this panelist discussion. So that's it for the panelist discussion. And next, we have a short break for 5 minutes. So thank you, everyone, for joining and giving your insightful ideas. Thank you very much. We'll break for 5 minutes, and then we will come back to have our next keynote speaker. Welcome back to another session of SIGTAS 2021. In this session, we'll have another keynote speech.
And our last keynote speaker for our morning session is Professor Dr. Serm Janchai from Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, Slipakorn University. Professor Dr. Serm Janchai received his Bachelor of Science in Physics and his Masters of Science in Physics from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And later, he received his Docteur de Troisième Cycle in Energy from Perpignan University in France. He has been teaching and carrying out research on solar energy since 1978. He is also authors and co-authors of over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals. With his outcome of research works, he was granted several awards, such as Outstanding Researcher in Physics in 2017 from the National Research Council of Thailand and recognized by Stanford University to be a researcher whose publications have been most cited in the field of energy in the year 2020. And today, Dr. Serm is going to give a presentation on the Parabola Dome Dryer, a solar technology that helps revolutionize the production of dried products in developing countries. Please welcome Dr. Serm Janchai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Chairman, for the nice introduction. Before I talk about the parabola dome drying, is less technical because it's multidisciplinary today. I would like to present a bit of my laboratory. My laboratory, I work in the solar energy research laboratory, created in the year 1979, or about 40 years ago. This is the building of the Faculty of Science where I work. And we work in the field of solar radiation and solar drying. And we work also in atmospheric physics. In the field of solar radiation, we have stations like this. And in the field of solar drying, we have experimental park, mainly for solar drying. Here, you can see here. Bangkok is here, and I work in the second campus of Slipakorn University in Nakhon Pathom, about 60 kilometers west of Bangkok. We have PhD staff work together. All of them are my students. We have 8 PhD staff, and we have about 10 to 15 master students and PhD students. This is a bit of my introduction of my workplace. I'm still active in the research and teaching. Before talking about the parabola dome drying, we go to a bit of basics. What is drying? Drying is a physical process. It's a heat and mass transfer mainly. In moist material, we have water and solid material. We transfer heat and then evaporate vapor. We get the moist material, the moisture content of material reduced. We call the process is drying. What is the purpose of the solar drying? Solar drying, the main purpose is for preservation. Like we have a fish here and we have a dry fish here. In the fresh fish, there are a lot of water inside, maybe 80% of moisture content. And then we have to reduce the moisture content to preserve the fish. This is the very old method of preservation and use it in the ancient time until now. I used to go to Egypt and I saw the mummy. In the mummy tomb, I saw some dry fruit inside. That means drying was used in the ancient time. That is 5,000 years ago. Another purpose of drying is for changing the taste. For example, if you have the grape like this, and if you have the raisin, the raisin is come from the grape. The grape we eat as a fresh fruit, and the raisin we eat it as a snack. So the drying change the taste and texture of of the moist material. Moist material, that means this means the grape, the fruit, and we get the snack like this. And to dry the fresh product. In general, there are two methods. Natural sun drying, which has been practiced for a long time. That means spread the product outside and expose to the wind and solar radiation. It becomes dry also. This natural drying normally was used in the developing country. And in the industrialized country, normally they use mechanical dryer. Mechanical dryer is something like here, as an example, mechanical drying. The problem of mechanical dryer is the very high cost, very expensive, the cost of the dryer. And we need the fuel and energy. Energy is very expensive. But natural sun drying, we get the problem like this. We expose the product. This is the rice, and it's a very good food for pig or animal like this. Another problem is the problem of the insect. This is a banana. Banana is sweet, and we eat banana as a snack and as a dry product. We eat it as a snack. It's sweet. Man likes sweetness. Insect also likes sweetness, though there are a lot of fry. We are in the tropical countries, so the problem of rain is a serious problem. The product almost dry, but when it rains, it becomes very wet again. I started working here in 1978 with the basic knowledge in astronomy. And then 1 year after that, I attended many conferences in renewable energy at that time. That was 40 years ago. So I got the idea that we had a lot of problem for drying material like this. So we need to develop to work in solar drying. We need to develop a solar dryer. So we developed a solar dryer. Now it still exists. Part of them, we rebuild it. This is the dryer. It's composed of solar air heater here, and we put the product in the shell like this. And this is myself 40 years ago when I was so young and happy. Now I'm not so happy. I lost a lot of my hair here. At that time, there are a lot of development. Until now, still some development in solar dryer. The loading capacity or can dry only 1 to 5 kilograms. In my development, at that time, we dry only 1 kilogram of banana. But in other countries, maybe they can dry maximum 5 kilograms or 10 kilograms like this. So I refuse to do this. Then my aim is to develop something for use, for real use. So we developed the big solar dryer. This is near the physics department building. This is for rice, and this is a solar collector. It can dry 1 ton of rice, and we can store the rice down. The upper part is dryer, the lower part is storage. This is more than 30 years ago. And then we developed the fruit dryer. So the dryer is inside the room, and outside the room is solar collector like this. My idea at that time, in 1991, I thought that if we have the product to dry a lot, we increase the size of the dryer, and we increase the size of the solar collector to produce hot air. But thing was not that. It's so difficult to do that. It's so complicated. Farmer or user are not like this type of dryer. So in the year 1992, I went to Germany because German developed a lot of technology at that time. This is when I was so young, 40 years of age. And I saw a solar tunnel dryer. I work in the solar drying, but in simulation. But I saw the solar dryer, tunnel solar dryer. And it's very big. We can dry, one loading capacity is 100 kilograms. When I went back from Germany, end of 1992, I built a solar dryer with a wood like this and I make an experiment to dry banana. We got a good quality of banana at that time. And then with the support of private company in Germany, we export we import the dryer, the original dryer, and to install in Royal Chitarada project. That means in the palace. This is located in the Chitarada Palace in Bangkok, because the king has a small has a project to show the development of for small scale industrial technology there. Then I apply and I modify that dryer. So instead of using the foam, we use we call the fiber, stone fiber, to be an insulator. And then we did the dissemination in Sukhothai for drying the banana, and in Sakonnakorn in the Royal project to dry chili, and in Nakhon Nayok to dry fruit over there. But we got the problem that the capacity is okay, but in Thailand it rained a lot. When it rained, water of rain accumulate and it destroy the plastic like this. Now it's the story of the tunnel, the story of the parabola dome dryer. It started in 1996. In 1996, I worked a lot with the German people, with the German researcher. This is my friend. This is I myself. He came to Thailand and he said that in Germany, people eat a lot of white sausage with the beer. It goes together very, very well. And he said that now in Germany, there were problems of the contamination. Normally, they put the lemon peel in the sausage. And lemon peel has a lot of pesticide. They import it from other countries. And when they eat tom yum with the lemongrass, they said that, oh, lemongrass smell and taste like a lemon peel. We can replace the lemon peel with the lemongrass from Thailand. But to import lemongrass from Thailand, fresh lemongrass, for 1 month, it will be deteriorated during the traveling. So we have to dry it. So we developed the solar dryer, something like this. This is a solar collector, and the dryer is something like this. And they said that if we dry it in open air, it will expose to solar radiation. The color will be brown. And it's not so nice to put in the white sauces, the brown with the brown color of the dry lemongrass. So we have to dry it. We have to cover it with a tent like this. So we have to cover the dryer with something like this. Then at that time, we worked together, and he came to Thailand with one assistant, and we asked our technician to do the tent covering the dryer. we put the straight bar like this, and this curve on the top, and straight bar again here. There are three pieces, and then weld it together. It become a parabola, and then we were very successful in doing this and do some experiment. We dry lemongrass and send it to Germany at that time. Very successful project, and now it's still used in the Phetchabun in the north of Thailand. And when the project finished, I walked around this dryer, and we saw that the tent gone already, because it's many years. This is in 2003. We do this in 1996. It's almost 6 years. It's gone already. So I thought that the cover of the dryer itself could be used for dryer. So at that time, I think that I got the master student, Mr. Wasana Kamongsa from Laos, and we had at that time the physics student to do the project. So I asked Mr. Wasana to to put the polycarbonate on top of the structure, and it's become drier. This is polycarbonate sheet. At that time, there was a development of the polycarbonate sheet for construction. And then when I cover it and the floor, I think that we could use something easy. I use the cement block over there. When it's finished, it's really hot inside. It become drier as I thought at that time. But in the morning, I saw the water at the surface of the polycarbonate. Instead of having solar dryer, we had at that time solar distillator. So we got the very good evaporated water there. I thought that what is the cause of evaporation is the ground is very hot at that time when it's exposed to solar radiation. So there is evaporation, and when in the night the polycarbonate is cold, so condensation took place at the surface of the polycarbonate. So to solve this problem, I think we should solve this problem. Just put the plastic, normal plastic, and put the cement floor, and it worked very well. Then we thought about that when we do the drying, water release from the product, we have to ventilate it, to suck it out. In Germany, they use very big fan. I think that the very big fan and with the black plate here to absorb solar radiation, I think is costly, and the big fan is costly in terms of consumption of energy. But we use a small fan instead of a big fan, 2 small fans. If we use small fan, we don't need the electricity from outside. We need the solar cell. We use only solar cell is sufficient to supply the fan over there. Now, why it works? Because when the sun is solar radiation, it's short wave. It can penetrate through the polycarbonate inside to the product dry inside. And when the product is hot, it radiates infrared. But polycarbonate is very opaque to infrared. So the heat is stored inside. That is why temperature inside is higher than outside. During the clear day, it's about 60 degrees. Outside is about 35 degrees, something like that. And we have here is the fan to suck the moisture air inside to the outside environment. If we suck the air out, we have the inlet of the air in, and we put the dryer work. This is the principle of the greenhouse effect. Then, as a scientist, we do experiment. This is Mr. Wasana Khamwongsa from Laos. This is my student. And then we ask them to dry the chili, because chili dry outside it take really 10 days, but inside only 5 days is dry already. I surprised because the color of the dry product is very, very red, very fresh. But if we compare with those dry with the natural sun product, the color is dark. I thought about that, why it's happened. Because polycarbonate has a 2 layer, and 1 layer have they coated with the anti-UV radiation, so the UV will not go inside. It keeps the product fresh and high quality. That means it worked already, this one. And then I think about the dissemination. I thought that near the university is a big one. It's difficult to find a place in the Royal Project in Bangkok. So I think about the national park of the Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn in Ratchaburi in Suan Phung. So we put it there and we modify a bit. In the original version, we have the fan in front of the dryer in the front side, but it's no good. So because if there's some leakage here, the air will circulate just in the front side, not through the product. So we put the fan at the behind, at the rear side of the dryer, and we have the two inlet here, interchange between the first one and the one in Rajaburi. You can see it's decorated very beautiful because it's in the park, national park of Princess Mahachakri. There are a lot of visitors, and one visitor is Mr. Wutichai and Ms. Bupa from Pisanulok. Pisanulok is center of dry banana production. They dry a lot of banana. Mr. Wutichai said that he visited. He came to me and Miss Cookie at the food department and said that this is the right solar dryer. We call solar dryer. But this dryer can dry 300 kilograms. But he said that in practice, at least they have to dry 1,000 to 3,000 kilograms. So it makes me a lot of headache to solve this problem. Because to dry 100 kilograms or 300 kilograms and dry 1,000 kilograms is so something different, like a small car and the truck. It's not the same technology. So we made an agreement that we will try. He prepared the best of the dryer with the cement, and I will invest in the dryer there. And when it finished, I sent, that is in 2000, in 2005, already 2005. When it finished, Mr. Wutichai did the experiment with the banana, with 1 ton of banana. But in the morning, it's like a foggy weather here. It will not dry. But in the afternoon, in some place, the dry banana become cooked banana because it's too dry. So it doesn't work well. At that time, we communicate. I did not do it by myself because it's far away, Pisanulok, from our Nakhon Pathom campus here in Slipakorn University. So we communicate. About 6 months, Mr. Wutichai sent me the picture of the banana like this. He said that he can solve the problem. I said that because of the ventilation is the problem. So we should put the additional ventilation with the electricity from outside because the length is 20 meters, not 5 meters. So the length is very high. So we need additional ventilation. So we put a fan. This is the AC fan. And also the big fan here to mix the air here. And it worked well. Now we get a very good quality of banana. And we discussed with Dr. Slipakorn Mahayoti from food department. She is expert in the food technology. In the banana production, we need to flat the banana after it dry. The traditional way is like this. It's no good. She said that we need to improve the production process. So we need to do something like that. And Miss Cookie or Dr. Slipakorn said that we should improve also the packaging. Not the packaging like this. This is the top packaging, no good. We should do the modern packaging like this. And banana should be separate in pieces. The color is not the red or the black. It should be something classic like this. This is come from the questionnaire that the modern people like something like this. And then she said that she studied in Germany. She said that in Germany, they try to imitate the drinking like a Coca-Cola. The normal one, long time ago, we get the normal Coca-Cola like this, and then we have canned Coca-Cola. Now we have zero Coca-Cola. So banana should be the same, not plain banana like this. We should dip it with something, with chocolate, with green tea like that. And after that, the product is on sale because the production of banana now is modern already. This is the shell of banana in Bangkok. Very successful from Banana Society. In the original name is the Bupa Kweta. or Bupra dry banana is not attractive. He said that our group from Slipakorn University, from the food department, said that we need a modern name. So they introduced the name of the Banana Society Company, and very successful at that time. A lot of banana producers in Pisanulok, in Bangatum district at that time, imitate the successfulness of the Banana Society. This is in Jirapon. They produce the dry I built one dryer for them, and then they copy for 10 units like this. And they also open the factory to produce dry banana like this and have the modern technology of the package like this. Another dry banana producer is Papian. This is the factory, and this is the product. So I think that I thought at that time that the big producer of banana in that district were very successful, very rich. And I thought that the normal producer or people like the farmer are still poor. So I got the support. I tried to convince the Ministry of Energy to get support for the small producer. So in 2015, we got the first phase of the dryer. 30 dryer we built, and we trained the people, normal people, to dry banana at that time. And in 2 years ago, we got another second phase to build 25 units of banana in Bangatum district. Now Bangatum district is full of solar dryer like that. People call that is the dome. In fact, it's not that dome. But when we call dome, I call dome also parabola dome dryer. In fact, the correct name is the parabolic shape. Is the parabolic solar greenhouse dryer, but they call solar dome dryer. We call solar dome dryer like them. And then we disseminate this throughout the country. Now there are about 600 units installed around the country with several support and with private 100 units with the private investment. We can dry a lot of product. For example, tomato, rice cracker, chili, dog gum, shrimp, lemongrass, even non-food like rubber, herbs and nuts like this. I will ask you, what is this product? This product is fish, but it's not the real fish. They import it from Thailand to China. Is the shark fin. In fact, it's not a fish. It uses a part of the fin of the stingray to make a shark fin like this. So with the successful in Thailand, we work with India. With India, they build it now. Now at that time it's 40 units, but now the objective is 2,000 units. We work with Myanmar, with Vietnam, with Laos, with Indonesia. We install some dryer there, and we work in Cambodia also. And recently, we work with the people in Africa, in Senegal, which dry a lot of mango. And we try to disseminate this dryer to Morocco. It's on the apart from the doing the development of dryer, we do also some basic research, like the finite element modeling of the product, like this. This is macadamia nut. It dry very well. We do the experiment to determine the absorption isotherm. This is for mango. And also determination of diffusivity. This is for lychee. This is some the flesh of lychee, the seed of lychee, the shell of lychee. And recently, we developed the control system, because now to control the system, to go inside the dryer is quite hot. Is not favorable to go in there. So we need to have a monitor and control system via the internet through the cloud system. So we finished this project already. And then we do the control system using solar cell for mixing the air inside. Instead of using the big fan, we use a small fan, but a lot of small fan there, and using the solar panel to supply energy to the small fan. And we have the control system to control relative humidity and temperature inside by controlling the flow of the air inside. Why this dryer work well? This is the natural sun drying. We spread the product in the outside environment. It dry because it absorbs energy and become hot, and the water inside released to the environment is like this. If we cover it with the polycarbonate, it creates greenhouse effect. Temperature inside is higher than normal. If we have ventilation, it's even better. So what we have done here is like a normal, is a common sense. But in drying strategy, so if you want to produce dry product, like a banana, we have to write a story. We should sell the story, not the banana. To have a dry banana, to eat one banana, one piece of banana, that means we maintain the tradition, ancient tradition of Thai people. We create job for people like old people can stay there and have a job. We use clean energy. That means it's environmental friendly. We should do something like this for the product to make it sure. In conclusion, several type dryer has been developed in my laboratory, and Poladrome dryer perform best. And this type dryer has been similar that in Thailand and other countries. I did not work alone, but we work with our staff here. And I started the work in 1979, but 2019 is 2 years ago. I'm now retired already, but still working in research at my university. You are welcome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for taking us along the journey of the dome dryer. Your projects are really practical and truly help improve not only agriculture and economy, but also the environment as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, and we have more inspirational talks like this in the afternoon. So now we are going to have a lunch break, and then let's continue at 1 o'clock for more keynote speeches.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
ช้ำงานยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้า มาในศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดเดืองแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นราง สนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดัง แสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิง ฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นราง ฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินก็ภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้ ใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักสิ้นสิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบเลอใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักสิ้นสิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรา ชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดผ่องดังแสง จันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิง ฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดผ่องดังแสงจันทร์ จันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิในใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบและใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญ
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session of SIGTAS 2021. I hope you all enjoy your lunch, and now we are ready for the afternoon sessions. Okay, so in the morning session, we have listened to a number of insightful talks from various disciplinary perspectives, from science and technology to social science. We have learned how the research and innovation of our keynote and plenary speakers have made a big difference and lead to the betterment of society. The plenary and keynote addresses deal with the issue of energy, waste management, food processing technology, and ethics in the time of the global pandemic. Okay. And also, we have gained insights from the panelist discussion, and we have a lot of speakers who share their thoughts on life after the era of the pandemic and also the future of university. And in the afternoon session, we have many more thought-provoking talks to listen to. But before that, let me remind you to register on the conference website. And furthermore, on the conference website, we have a number of interesting exhibitions for you to enjoy.
Yes, in our exhibition section, you will find a peer review exhibition where you can check out a documentary film and an artwork. In the decorative arts exhibition, this section displays the works of the faculty members from the Faculty of Decorative Arts, Slipakorn University, in a form of an e-book. The Fine Art exhibition will link you to a gallery of artworks on Facebook and YouTube. These works were created by the faculty members of the Faculty of Painting, Sculpture, and Graphic Arts from Slipakorn University. And last but not least, performances by arts. In this section, you will find links to 4 rare Thai traditional performances, all performed by the Department of Drama and Music, Slipakorn University.
Wow, there are so many things to enjoy indeed on the conference website. Okay, and now I believe it's a time that we all been looking for. Okay, so now we are going to have the first keynote speech in the afternoon session. The keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ponsak Si Amonsak. He is a professor at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Slipakorn University, Thailand. He is Vice President of the Thai Industrial Pharmacists Association, Fellow of the College of Industrial Pharmacy, Thailand, and Associate Fellow of the Royal Society of Thailand. He got a PhD degree in pharmaceutics at Charles Sturt University. His research interests are related to drug delivery system and dosage form design, pharmaceutical nanotechnology, and 3D printing technology. He has authored more than 220 publications, and he served as an editorial board member of several journals. As a prominent award-winning researcher, he has been included in the world's top 2% of the most cited scientists in the year 2020 in pharmacology and pharmacy. He will give a talk on pharmaceutical and biomedical applications of 3D printing technology. So please welcome our keynote speaker. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we cannot hear you yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ajahn Barami and Ajahn Nitipadi, for your kind introductions. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Slipakorn University and also SIGTAS organizing committees for inviting me to share with you the talks in pharmaceuticals or biomedical fields. So the talk today, my talk today will focus on the pharmaceutical and biomedical applications of the new technologies, the 3D printing technology, which have been used in these fields not many years ago. And the talk today will focus on the definitions of the 3D printing technologies and also its classifications, the applications of the 3D printing technologies, of course, in pharmaceutical and biomedical sectors, and also the challenges of these technologies. So the 3D printings provide the new opportunities for different business sectors to enable easier prototyping. It gives them the abilities to create designs that are ways too difficult to produce with other methods. It also allows the manufacturers to build the high quality products rapidly. And you may see here that many industries have been used the 3D printings for the prototypings or the products development, including the jewelries, the orthopedics and dentals, breadboarding, industrial and design, as well as the culinaries or the food design. As well, the 3D printing is also useful method in the medical and healthcare industry. Nowadays, there are already some patients who have a numbers of 3D printed parts implanted inside their bodies. One popular example is the applications of the knee and shoulders joint replacement for the patients. And also others example that are in the developings or research is the difference, like the blood vessels. They can print the part of the blood vessels, the organs, and also the laboratory equipment that have been used in the healthcare industry. So first, I'd like to give you a bit of the definitions of the 3D printing technologies. According to the US FDA in the biomedical fields, the 3D printing is a process that creates a three-dimensional objects by building the successive layer of the raw materials. And each new layer is attached to the previous one until the object is complete, layer by layer, as you can see on the left-hand side pictures here. The objects are produced from the digital file. As you can see in this slide, that after we have decided to produce any objects, we have to produce the files, the design 3D design files by the CAD, or for example, the AutoCAD software to design the objects first. Then we transform or converted the file into the STL file, which is the digital file format, like this one. And then we have to slice the objects into many layers using the slicers software. Then this file will send to the printers. The printer will print layer by layer on the XY axis first on the 2 dimensions. And after it's finished the first layer, it's go to another layer on the Z axis, on the vertical axis. Okay. Nowadays, the American Societies of Testing and Materials, or ASTM, has classified the 3D printing technologies in many types. As you can see here, at least 7 types of the 3D printers have been developed nowadays. However, in pharmaceutical fields, there are only 3 types of 3D printing techniques that has been used in pharmaceutical industry to manufacture the pharmaceutical medications or medical equipments to provide tailored treatments. That is the wet polymerization, extrusion-based 3D printing, and the binder jet printing. This slide shows the 3D printing timeline for the pharmaceutical and biomedical applications of the 3D printing. You can see that it started like about 40 years ago when the first 3D printer have been applied in pharmaceuticals applications. And then it have been developed until the last 10 years. You can see the many products that have been researched and developed from the 3D printings. For example, the printed tablet, drug device, drug delivery, as well as bioprint for vasculature printings in the tissues, fabrications, or bioprinted of the kidney. That's the examples that have been developed so far. However, For the pharmaceuticals, the medicines that have been approved, there is only one product that has been approved from the US FDA in the 2015, about 6 years ago. The first 3D printed drugs have been approved. This one have the drug is the levetiracetam, which is the anticonvulsant that need to provide the quick or really fast action after giving orally. So the drug should be disintegrated or dissolved really quickly. So the company have developed the oral disintegrate tablet. That means the tablet has to disintegrate really quickly. They produce by adding the powders of the drug and excipients together and then drop the liquid onto the tablet to form the accumulated tablet. That is the new technologies that have been done in the last 5 years. Okay. However, many products and drugs formulations have been researched nowadays, but they are still in the research, not as the product yet. You can see here on the red sections that is the powder solidification techniques, the liquid solidification technique on the orange colors, and the blue one is the extrusion-based system that has been used for the 3D printing in pharmaceutical and biomedicals. And many products have been produced, especially on the extrusion-based system on the FDM field deposition modeling, FDM 3D printers. Many products have been developed by this technology, which is the major one. The others printers, they have been only a few examples. Today, I will show you some examples of the applications of the 3D printing technologies in pharmaceutical and biomedical applications that I will categorize into 4 groups. That is the unique dosage form, personalized drug dosings, complex drug release profiles, and some auxiliary pharmaceutical equipment. For the unique dosage form, the 3D printings have been used in different types of the products or dosage form. For example, the researchers have produced the 3D printing capsules by printing the capsule shells using the polymers first, and then they added the drugs, the liquid drugs inside, as you can see here on the figure B. They add the drugs inside the capsules polymers, and after that they fuse by printing the polymers as the capsules cap, and then fill it together. So this capsule, when giving orally to the patients after the dissolutions of the capsule shells, the drugs can come out very quickly, so it can have more effective for the drugs release and drug absorption for the patients. Also, the 3D printing can be used to develop the transdermals microneedles. This one is the topicals or transdermal dosage form. That means they added the drug inside the tiny needles as you can see here, as the pyramid shapes or the other shapes. And inside, they include the drug inside. After applying these microneedles pad on the skin, they will generate small pore on the skin, and then the drugs inside can release or go into our bodies, into our skin. This can be fabricated easily using the 3D printing technologies. Another example is the 3D printed scaffold as the drug delivery systems. This one, they intend to use these printed scaffolds as the targeted drug deliveries biomaterials to minimize the risk of the systemic side effects. If we give the drugs orally or by injections, the drug will go to the whole bodies and maybe have some systemic side effects. But in this case, they just give it locally by implant only some areas of our bodies. As you can see here in these figures. Okay, another groups of the application is the personalized drug dosings. In some cases, if in some cases that the patient, they don't respond well with the drug treatment when the doctors giving the drugs to the patients, some can have the good response to the drugs, but some are not. They may have different response because of their age, their weight. Some underweight or the overweight patients may have a different response on the drugs. The different genders, different genetics, less severities of disease, and also levels of the organ functions. When the patients have different this age or genders or genetic, they also give the different response. In some cases, they increasing the efficacies, some reducing the adverse reactions or increase the adverse reactions. However, if we can give the personalized medications to the patient, that means we have to adjust, tailoring the drug dosings to the patients according to their pharmacogenetics, pharmacogenomics, their weight, their age or genders, so we can adjust the dose properly to the patients. For examples, these personalized drug therapies, I will start with this one, the figure C here, the drug theophylline. They can add the drugs inside this novel radiator-like design shapes. The dosage form here can encapsulate the drugs inside, and with different length of the drugs, different length of the dosage form, we can adjust the dose by using different lengths, like for example, 2 millimeters or 1.5 millimeter length. So we can adjust the different dose to the patients after the doctors make the decisions how much the drug is required. Other types of the personalized drug dosing is they design different shapes of the dosage form or tablets. Maybe they design as the pyramid shapes, the spherical shapes, or square, or the torus shapes. Different shapes of the tablets also give the different drugs release rate. That also can be applied for the personalized drug dosings as required by the doctors. Also, maybe another example is using the 3D printings for different drugs. For example, in this multi-layer one on the figure G here, they have different 4 different drugs together. When the doctors prescribe the 4 drugs that patients have to take, it's easier to give the 4 drugs in one tablet. So we can combine 4 drugs together in one tablet like this one. Okay, by architect the tablet structures. Another example here for the personalized drug dosing is the oral dispersibles dosage form. This one, when the drugs, different doses of the drug is required, so we can adjust the amount or the weight of the drugs that we are going to produce. But you can we cannot get this from the marketed available dosage form, because if the dosage form or if the product requires is very small, so the companies or the manufacturer, they don't produce as the mass products. So the 3D printing technology can afford this by produce as required by the doctors, and we can adjust the dose, like for example 3 milligrams, 2 milligrams, or 1 milligram per tablet as required. Okay, another groups of the application is the complex drugs release profile. In this case, we can design different shapes, as I mentioned before, that different shapes of the tablets also giving different drug release, that we can then adjust the drug release as we would like it to be. Also, different interesting shape as well that maybe attracts some patients, like the kids or students. This one is the dosage form that they design the drugs that require different or complex drug release. For example, this one, in the case that they have 2 drugs together, and one of them require the initial dose, but the another drugs require the later dose. So it's easier if we give it together at once, so the patient don't need to take another dose, another tablet at night, for example. So we can give it together. So the first one, the late one, can have the actions in the mornings, and the action is decline at night. But another drugs have the low actions, the low drug release in the mornings, but the higher actions at night. That the examples of the combined 2 drugs together, but we can decide the drug release at the different paces. Also, this one is the pulsatile drug release that is required the drug release at different times by design the surface area of the drugs when it's released from the upper part of the tablet first, and then from the top to the lower part, layer by layer. Okay. Fourth group is the auxiliary pharmaceutical equipment. In this case, if we would like to make the dosage form to specific part of the bodies, for example, in this case, we would like to hold the drugs in the stomachs for a longer time. We have to make it floating in the stomachs, not go to the intestine. In this case, they have to add the chambers or the air chambers inside the tablet, and with the core tablet inside here, that can prolong the dosage form in the stomach because it's still floating inside the bodies. Okay, that we call the gastro floating tablet. Okay, that the examples of the different 3D printing dosage forms that have been used in pharmaceuticals and biomedical fields. However, these 3D printing technology, they have the challenges when using in our fields. Despite it have the benefit, it still have some challenges, including the technologies, material use, safeties, clinical pharmacy application, regulatory issues, and also anti-counterfeiting. For the technologies, the limitations of each type of the 3D printers have been mentioned here, that the some printers, they have the problem with the nozzle cloggings that make it difficult to make the products easily. So that might suffer from the thermal degradations of the API endpoint. Also, the major challenge is the drug excipient incompatibility, which has to be addressed. Also, the structural and surface imperfections may arise in the final products, which has to be addressed by optimizing the various manufacturing parameters. Another challenge may be the availabilities of suitable materials of appropriate grades for 3D printings. Apart from being compatible with the drugs, the material must be biocompatible, biodegradable, and suitable for manufacturers using the 3D printers. The material must not generate the toxic substance while processing. The safety considerations are also addressed here. There is a possibilities of emissions of the toxic airborne matters resulting from the heatings, extrusions or fusions of certain materials, which can act as the respiratory or skin irritants that with dangerous one. Safety measures must be taken, and standard operating procedures or the SOP must be followed to minimize the hazardous exposures. Integrating the 3D printing into hospitals are also present several challenges. It requires highly skilled technical operators on site to handle the technical aspect if we're going to make the 3D printed tablets in the hospitals. Also, the quality control of the printed dosage form, as well as methodologies for doing so, must be established. These approaches must be non-destructive and practical. Also, the financial aspects must be considered as the further technical developments are necessary to bring in the perfect 3D printers for clinical use, which must be fast, user-friendly, and cost-effective with a good resolutions. Another major obstacles in using these technologies for the manufacturers of pharmaceutical products is the lack of regulatory frameworks. There are several FDA-approved 3D printed medical devices in the market, but only one FDA-approved 3D printed pharmaceutical product, Slipakorn, as I mentioned before. A new combination drug formulations, according to the FDA, would require extensive clinical trial to guarantee the patient safety and efficacy. And the 3D printers for producing and dispensing pharmaceutical products would have to be certified as the good manufacturing practice facilities. Okay. Another challenge is the anti-counterfeiting. This, with the advent of the 3D printing, is the potential for an increase in the counterfeit drugs due to a lack of the regulations. So we can also use the QR codes and data matrix can be printed on the surface of the 3D printed tablets using the 2D inkjet printing technologies. And then the QR code could be scanned using the smartphone. And after scanning, we can track and test the 3D printed medicine. We can get the information about the products, for example, the manufacturing date, the expiring date, the combinations of the drug inside, for example. Okay. And this brings me to the conclusions that the individualized drug dosings enables by 3D printing will open up new avenues for medicines dispensing in hospital, and the 3D printing technology can address the existing production difficulties such as the low dosage, the flexible dosings, and multi-drug formulations. And we can tailor the dose and personalize the dosings in the futures. And however, the regulatory guideline is still required to the use in a clinical setting. Okay, and this brings me to the end of my presentations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed for your splendid talk on the recent development in research on how 3D printing can be applied in the pharmaceutical industry. We can clearly see the potential and versatility of 3D printing and also the challenges to be overcome in the future. Okay, and next we have another keynote speech.
Yes, next we have Professor Dr. Tomohiko Tagawa from National Institute of Technology, Toyota College. Professor Dr. Tagawa has been the president of the National Institute of Technology, Toyota College, since 2017. He received his PhD in engineering from Nagoya University. Prior to that, he had worked for the National Research Council of Canada, Tokyo Institute of Technology, and Nagoya University. His research interest is on chemical reaction engineering and catalysis, especially on process intensification with multifunctional reactors. He has devoted to research projects such as the development of fuel cell type reactors, design of microchannel reactors, and utilization of unused resources such as biomass or methane. And today, his presentation is on the use of fuel cell system for highly selective catalytic reaction. Please welcome Professor Dr. Tomohiko Tagawa.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, I would like to share my PowerPoint. Is it okay?
We still haven't seen your PowerPoint.
Oh, we can
Oh,
see
yes,
you now.
yes.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it now.
Okay. So thank you very much again for the organizing committee to give me a chance to keynote lecture. And I would like to talk about the fuel cell system for highly selective catalytic reactor. Okay, introduction for sustainable development. Environmental issue used to be a local problem, but turned into global issue since mid-1980s. And academia tried to face this problem by making small communities like carbon dioxide utilization or process intensification or green chemistry or multifunctional reactors or climate change panels. And this activity concluded up to SDGs or carbon neutrality coalition. And green chemistry directly connects to carbon neutral, right? So for example, raw material highly selectively reacted to the main products, you can reduce byproducts and heat waste. But reaction engineering viewpoint, we need to much more sophisticated process for highly selective reactor. Multifunctional reactor concept is needed, and highly efficient process intensification is needed. And reaction and the separation conditions are one of the answers, I think. Control of reaction should be dynamic operation in the future. And reaction and the separation operation gave us a lot of merits, such as equilibrium shift or high selectivity, safety, stable activity, or high turnover number. And for example, the oxidation process, green chemistry gives us a selective oxidation process, but we still need an oxygen plant to separate pure oxygen from the air. This needs energy. So we need a process intensification to make up this process into one reaction under separation conditions. And we come to the idea to apply a fuel cell concept as an oxygen separating membrane reactor. For example, methane reaction, which really needs a high temperature to give synthesis gas or C2 compounds, we need to reduce byproduct carbon dioxide or heat of waste or oxygen purifying energy. Application of solid oxide fuel cell, a high temperature type fuel cell concept can make up oxygen separating membrane reactor. The selection of reaction is deeply dependent on the electrolyte, which decides the reaction temperature automatically. The reaction temperature limits the use of anode catalyst from precious metal to metal oxides. But we have to keep our eyes open to the recent development or recent innovation of fuel cell technology. We have a lot of new electrolyte in the field of fuel cell. Okay, development of fuel cell reactor needs a lot of steps: a system concept, anode design, selection and preparation, analysis, modeling, and operation. But finally, we come to conclusion that several systems are possible for limited reactions. So I would like to show 1, 2, 3, 4 or more examples of these fuel cell reactors. Firstly, solid oxide fuel cell reactor for oxidative coupling of methane. This reaction rarely needs a high temperature, but two methane was oxidatively coupled to form ethane and ethylene. And the heat of reaction should be converted to 0.79 volts of electricity. So we can get electric power as well as C2 compounds. Because this needs a really high temperature, it re-stabilizes zirconia. It's a typical electrolyte of solid oxide fuel cell, can be used. Oxygen, only oxygen from air was activated at the cathode catalyst, and O double minus was permeated through electrolyte and activated at the anode catalyst. When anode catalyst was typical nickel type 1, the only total combustion of methane was occurred. But if we change this anode catalyst into rare earth oxides, CO2 was completely reduced and C2, ethene and ethylene, was produced. So we can obtain oxidation compounds as well as power. We call it chemicals energy cogeneration. Our past study on oxidative coupling of methane, active oxygen species plays quite important role. And TPD, temperature program desorption, is a good tool to analyze these active oxygen species. So we applied this technique to the fuel cell. We call it fuel cell TPD, and we succeeded to reach several oxygen species, which is active for coupling and oxygenate. And another operation of this system is oxygen pumping. If you charge outer potential, you can accelerate permeation of oxygen. But as we put the charge, amount of C2 was not changed, but CO was increased. So with this operation, selectivity was changed from oxidative coupling to partial oxidation. This cannot be predicted by Faraday's law, so we regard this change as a non-Faradaic electrochemical modification of catalytic activity. So we turn to our target to synthesis gas production from methane, and several electrolytes were tested. In case of YSZ, we designed nickel and lithium type anode catalyst. And this reaction also gives 1.14 volts of electricity when the oxidation reaction proceeds. And this is also chemical energy cogeneration. And after an hour, steady state was obtained, and equimolar mixture of nickel and lithium showed highest activity. With this catalyst, we charged outside voltage and found out that high lithium content catalysts really promote the partial oxidation, but high nickel content catalysts does not, and they promote the total oxidation and CO2. So high nickel contents, high lithium contents is very good for syngas production. We try to impedance analysis for this system. These half circles show the internal resistance of the system. But after a long time reaction, more than 3 hours, this core plot shows a very curious change like that. And our simulation suggests that we have to consider about coil impedance L to the anode catalyst. In chemical viewpoint, this might be caused by the accumulation of carbon after a long time operation. And this may change the nickel anode catalyst into nickel carbide. This is so far our suggestion. And this syngas production can be used recently developed electrolytes like lanthan gallate and myenite. And also this range can be used by molten carbonate fuel cell type reactor. And this electrolyte permeates oxygen and CO2 as a carbonate anion and have active oxygen and active carbon dioxide species on the surface. And the stable activity was also obtained. At last, at the low temperature operation, we can use phosphoric acid type fuel cell and polymer electrolyte fuel cell. In these fuel cells, proton was permeated through electrolyte. And when you close the circuit, proton was fed to the cathode, where it reacts with the oxygen, surface oxygen species to give hydrogen. This is the concept of fuel cell. But if you charge, for example, propane to the system, many oxidation compounds was observed. And with open circuit, this is a kind of precious metal catalyzed gas phase oxygen. But when it's closed, some compounds are disappeared and some compounds are increased. We assume that this mainly caused by the surface species, molecular or atomic oxygen species into hydroxy species to give the 5, 6, 7 materials. And this system also applied to phosphoric acid type fuel cell. With the applied potential, also gave us some special oxidation compounds. And cyclic voltammetry shows that these applied potential give a special site to absorb propane and dissolve propane. So cyclic voltammetry is very good tool for analyze this system. Finally, this is a special reactor for PAFC. And phosphoric acid electrolyte was flowed into the cell. And if we charge benzene to the cathode side, oxidation of phenol to benzene to phenol was successfully going, and the phenol was extracted to phosphoric acid liquid and collected at the outside. And this EMF and current relationship suggests that this part, active oxygen species, was used to oxygenate benzene to phenol. So these are the examples of our study, which is possible to apply fuel cell system as a reactor. Okay, conclusion, we try to apply fuel cell concept for ion selective membrane reactor. SOFC, MCFC, PFC, PAFC are possible to be used as a reactor. And the chemicals and energy cogeneration is possible. And also oxygen pumping or hydrogen pumping can be attained by applied voltage, but we can hope some NEMCA effect, non-Faradaic effect, the special chemical effect is possible. So I just ran through our 20 years project. So thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Kapun Kap.
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ Thank you very much for your eye-opening presentation on how to achieve sustainability from a very sophisticated technological point of view. Thank you for sharing the knowledge of the field with us today.
And next, we have another keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Lim Junwei from the Department of Fundamental and Applied Sciences, Higher Institution Center of Excellence, Center for Biofuel and Biochemical Research, University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. He received his PhD qualification in environmental chemistry from University Sains Malaysia. Currently, he is serving as a senior lecturer and cluster head of the Applied Chemistry program. His major research interests are insect-based biological compounds, bioremediation of solid waste, and wastewaters and microbial biofuels. He has published more than 200 research papers and served as a guest editor for various renowned journals. He was a member of various national and international professional groups. Today, he will give a talk on new photobioreactor for converting nutrient-rich wastewater into microalgal biomass. Please welcome Dr. Lim Junwei.
Thank you very much for the organizing committee. Just want to confirm if you can hear me well from your side.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, let me share my screen. I have now shared my screen, so I just want to confirm if you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see your screen now. Yes.
Thank you very much, MC. Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Junwei. Lim is my surname. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Slipakorn International Conference on Total Arts and Science. And also special thanks to Professor Warapon, my best collaborator from Slipakorn University, in which I have collaborating with for the past almost more than 2 years. And moving on, today I would like to thank everyone for your kind attention listening to my presentation entitled Sequencing Flow Buffer Microalgae Bacteria Photobioreactors. So basically, this is a new design photobioreactor. And the intention of this photobioreactor is to convert the nutrient-rich wastewater into microalgae biomass. So you may be wondering why microalgae biomass. Eventually, this biomass is very useful to serve as a feedstock for biofuel production, for example. But I'm not going to touch on the biofuel for my today presentation. Today's presentation will be focused more on this design of the photobioreactor, and it stopped until the microalgae biomass productions. Okay, before I touch on my research, let me walk you through University Technology Petronas. This is the morning view photo in which I have taken. So on the right-hand side, we have a ground floor, first and second floor. And this building is meant for research as well as for academic purpose. And all our lecture room is located located on the third floor. And we call this academic building, and this academic building is surrounding the garden located in the middle. I will show you a clearer picture after this. So as you can see here, we have this academic building surrounding the garden, which looks like the star shapes. And in fact, all this academic building is eventually surrounded by the nature, mostly by the oil palm estates. Okay, this is the address of UTP and location about 400 hectares the size. And it is about 40 kilometers away from Ipoh, which is the capital of Perak State in Malaysia. And it is about 213 kilometers away from Kuala Lumpur, which is the national capital of Malaysia. And UTP is accessible through highways and accessible through the flight. We have an airport, Sultan Aslan Shah, located in Ipoh, Perak. And then UTP also accessible by train through electrical train system. Okay, this is the vision and mission of UTP. I'm not going to touch on this in detail, but what I want to emphasize in this slide is we are being ranked 501 to 600 in the world by THE ranking this year. And in fact, UTP is the second best university in Malaysia based on the THE ranking. The first one is a public university known as University Malaya. And in terms of private, we are being ranked number 1. So beside this international ranking, we also received the local ranking known as a Setara. We have received 6-star Setara since 2017 until today. UTP in a glance. So we started in 1997. So this is the size of UTP. And we have about 380 academicians in UTP. And we have 1 to 4 academic staff to admin ratio. And today we have about 20,000 alumni. And the total students we have, including postgraduate students, is about 7,200. And in UTP, we have about 54 programs, in which 39 program is postgraduate program, known as research as well as a total course. And 10% of our students is actually international students. And we have 6-star from local ranking, and we are being ranked by QS as well as THE. And UTP only has 2 faculty, known as Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Science and Information Technology. So I myself is actually affiliated to the Department of Fundamental and Applied Sciences, and specifically Applied Chemistry program. So in this Applied Chemistry program, we have 2 major specializations known as petrochemistry as well as sustainable chemistry. In fact, this is the undergraduate program with specializations, and this specialization is only available in University Technology Petronas. And for the research, we have a 6 research institute, and I am actually affiliated to Institute of Self-Sustainable Building. And under this research institute, we have a 2 high COE known as a Higher Institute Center of Excellence. And this is important because we receive funding from Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. And in Malaysia, we only have about 22 high COE, and 2 of the high COE, or 10%, is actually located in UTP. For the partnerships worldwide, we have actually networking with about 180 universities worldwide, and majority of our collaborators are coming from Asia countries. But of course, we are still expanding, looking for the opportunity from this conference as well. And then we also have a partnership and networking with industry as well as in other institutional. Okay, zooming to the Institute of Self-Sustainable Building, in which I'm affiliated with. ISB, or known as Institute of Self-Sustainable Building, is actually embracing Sustainable Development Goal under UN, United Nations. And to do this, we are actually bounded by technological innovations, technological application, partnership, as well as education. And we have a 4 pillar actually supporting our research. And these pillars are energy, material, social, and community well-being, water, and waste. And that actually built Institute of Self-Sustainable Buildings. Some photos about UTP. So on the left-hand side is actually a library. We call it Information Resource Center. And on the right-hand side is actually the Chancellor Hall. This is a night view photo that has been taken. And we have this research building, and this building is totally 100% meant for research. and no academic activities carried out in this building. And this is our Chancellor Hall before the COVID, but we are going to have the convocation next month. Of course, with the strict SOP that we are going to follow, there's no more sitting side by side like this. And this is our library. So before I go further about this library, actually University Technology Petronas is a subsidiary of Petronas, and Petronas is an oil and gas company in Malaysia, the only one in Malaysia. And this library being built such a way that it looks like the oil rigs located at the offshore, giving the student experience standing on the oil rigs while they are searching for their books in the library or in the Information Resource Center. This is an academics building, which I've shown to you earlier. So now zooming down to my research. So as being shared by the MC just now, my research is more on biofuel productions. The reason is to reduce the over-reliance on the fossil fuel as a primary energy generation. So to do this, there are several types of feedstock known as a first generation, where it actually derived from edible oil. Second generation from non-edible oil, and my research is really focusing on the third generations is coming from the microorganism, especially microalgae, because microalgae can have many value-added byproducts. For example, biofuel, and then other than that, we have a fine and specialty chemical also can be derived from some of the microalgae species. So microalgae basically is a very good feedstock for many products. It has a higher growth tendency, as well as it can capture carbon, reducing the greenhouse gas emission and mitigating the global warming. And we actually plan to actually incorporate the microalgae into the existing wastewater treatment facilities. But before I zoom into the photobioreactor, which I'm going to introduce to you after this, there's a fundamental concept behind why we designed this photobioreactor. So it coming from the symbiosis relationship between the bacteria, or we call it activated sludge, and also the microalgae, where in this case, the incoming wastewater, nutrient-rich wastewater containing ammonium will be oxidized or undergo nitrification process into the nitrite and nitrates. And in this case, it will produce CO2. And all this will be given to the microalgae, and microalgae will actually assimilate the nitrogen compound and producing O2, while it also produces its own biomass and serve as a subsequent feedstocks. And this symbiosis is important because through this symbiosis relationship, it can actually remove more nutrients than the individual's microbe cells, where total nutrient can be removed is from about 50 to almost complete removal from the mixed cultivations. However, there are challenges when we want to mix this activated sludge into the microalgae. Okay. The first thing is microalgae cultivation is not economical feasible, because especially the harvesting process as well as is required nutrient to grow the microalgae. And the second, there's a possibility of the bacteria to contaminate or to maybe retard the growth of microalgae. And the third reasons or the problem statement for our research is there's a limited development of photobioreactor that can actually cater for this symbiosis process to take place. And today we have two types of photobioreactor. One is a closed system. Closed system generally can produce high and consistent biomass, but the problem is that it's very expensive to be operated. And in the case of open system, okay, it's very cost effective, but it's prone to contamination, especially by the airborne contaminants. So with this, we actually design a photobioreactor to actually cater for the symbiosis relationship between the bacteria and microalgae. This is how it looks like from the physical appearance. And we have actually drawn the schematic diagram to better describe this photobioreactor, where at the middle columns is known as the place where we are going to inoculate with activated sludge. So what happens is with the activated sludge, it will convert the ammonium from the municipal wastewater, for example, into the nitrites and nitrates, and the effluents from the activated sludge, which is now containing oxidized nitrogen or nitrite and nitrate, will serve as an influence for the microalgae. That will actually complete this relationship in these photobioreactors. So to optimize the performance of these photobioreactors, we are going to introduce with the municipal wastewater, and we are going to study the flow rates. Okay, so basically there are various types of flow rates we are going to change, and we want to study the dependent variable, which is the nutrient removal as well as the biomass or microalgae biomass production from the change of these flow rates. So start with the activated sludge, the result obtained. So by increasing the flow rates, we can actually see that the nitrification rates increase. That means the activated sludge or the bacteria is happily converting the ammonium into the nitrite and nitrogen without being inhibited, even though the flow rates has increased. But the problem is with the microalgae. So as you can see here, when the flow rate increase, okay, from 2.5 to 5 liters per day, we can see that the assimilation rates actually increase. But when we increase to 10 liters per day, the assimilation rate have now reduced. Okay, so with this, we assume that the 5 liters per day is the optimum flow rates for this photobioreactor to be operated. The reason why it reduces is very straightforward. We can see that by increasing these flow rates to 10 liters per day, we can see that there's a strong flow to actually cause excessive microalgae biomass washout. That means with the reduced microalgae biomass, the remaining microalgae biomass will not be able to carry out the assimilation process effectively. Okay, so at this 5 liters per day, we can actually achieve about 60% of total nitrogen removal. So coming to the products, this is the products or the feedstock that we are expected to be obtained from the photobioreactor, which is microalgae biomass. So until 5 liters per day, we can see that the microalgae concentrations in the photobioreactor has been consistent, and the productivity has been increased with the increase of flow rates until 5 liters per day. After that, the productivity as well as the microalgae concentration reduced when the flow rate further increased to 10 liters per day. In fact, comparing the 5 liters per day with the batch, we can see that the productivity has been increased by 75 times. That actually shows that the oxidized nitrogen from the activated sludge is very important to actually enhance the assimilations by the microalgae to produce more microalgae biomass until 5 liters per day. For the conclusions, microalgae bacterial symbiosis is very important. So the prior nitrification by the activated sludge, we can see that the ammonium being converted to oxidized nitrogen, nitrite and nitrate in this case. So that actually leads to two important outcomes. The first one is the oxidized nitrogen can be effectively assimilated. And the second one is it reduces the ammonium toxicity from the photobioreactors. And the second conclusion that we can make is that the 5 liters per day is the optimum flow rates that actually equivalent to 20 days of hydraulic retention times. And that enable the photobioreactor to treat the wastewater, produce microalgae biomass, and also improve the settability of microalgae, enhancing the harvesting process. And later on, we are going to plan how this photobioreactor can be incorporated into the existing wastewater treatment system in order for us to produce more sustainable biomass. And eventually, these microalgae biomass will be used to produce biodiesel. Some of the publication that has been obtained from these photobioreactors. And I would like to thank my team, especially my students. And some of them, they have graduated recently. And with this, I actually open or looking for all this collaborative work. For example, joint research collaboration, student mobility, research attachment opportunity for students as well as for staff, joint supervision of postgraduate students, conducting and delivering the short course, joint organizing seminar, for example, for this conference between UTP as well as Slipakorn University, joint organized corporate social responsibility or adjunct lecture. Thanks everyone for your attention. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your insightful talk on the photobioreactor technology, the creation of biomass, and implication for renewable energy. So indeed, thank you very much.
And next we have Dr. Marina Hassan from Higher Institution Center of Excellence, Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fisheries, University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. Dr. Hassan is currently the Deputy Director of Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fisheries and also Head of Shellfish Health and Food Quality Assurance Program. She obtained her PhD in veterinary studies from Murdoch University, Western Australia. Her main research interest focuses on fish and shellfish diseases and management, more specifically, the pathogenesis of diseases in wild and farm fish and shellfish. Her research approach is to use techniques including histopathology and molecular diagnostic tools. She has developed products such as wound healing treatment for fish and shellfish health. And today she's going to give a presentation on potential of medicinal plants used in aquaculture. So please welcome Dr. Marina Hassan.
Thank you. Okay, I will share my slide first. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so my voice is clear? Okay.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So very good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thanks to Slipakorn International Conference 2021 for inviting me as one of the speakers for this conference. And today, I would like to share about the potential of medicinal plants used in aquaculture. Some part, I will share my experience and also my finding from research on medicinal plants. And my name is Marina Hassan, and I am from Higher Institution Center of Excellence, Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fishery, University of Malaysia, Terengganu. Okay, aquaculture is a very important and rapidly developing industry, and FAO was reported in 2020. Global fish production is estimated to have reached about 179 million tons, which is valued USD 401 billion in 2018, which is 82 million tons, which in value USD 250 billion came from aquaculture production. And from the overall total, it's about 156 million tons were used for human consumption, or equivalent to an estimated 20.5 kilogram per capita. And then aquaculture accounted for 46% of the total production and 52% of fish from the human consumption. And here is the world aquaculture production of major farm species group from major types of aquaculture practices from 1990 and to 2018. And this was reported by FAO 2020. And then we can see the increasing of the production from the each group, which is a finfish inland aquaculture, and finfish marine and coastal aquaculture, mollusk, crustacean, marine and coastal aquaculture, and crustacean from the inland aquaculture, other aquatic animals, and aquatic algae, which is include the seaweed. Okay, and then aquaculture is understood to mean the farming of aquatic organisms, including fish, mollusks, crustacean, and also aquatic plants. And what is the aim in aquaculture? So the goal for the aquaculture for today and in the future is to provide society with enough food that is in high quality, secure, and also healthy. And what is the problem? Okay, normally we need to see that what is the problem in aquaculture. So the disease are recognized as one of the major problem to sustainable animal production, which can cause significant losses either through mortality and morbidity, poor growth rate, low quality of flesh, or reduced trade, resulting in reduced profit margins. And in the other words, the disease can paralyze the aquaculture industry. And the development of aquaculture is complicated, and especially in the use of antibiotics and other chemical products in fish farms to treat disease and wound, and that can alter the ecosystem of the zone in which they are located and affect the human health. And the use antibiotics as a feed additive has been prohibited in the European Union members countries in 1998, with concern that they may cause bacteria resistant or effect to the human health by leaving residue in animal products. So, however, in 2006, the use of additive were completely banned because they are really concerned about it. And the use of the chemotherapeutics, okay, antibiotics in aquaculture, we can see that the scenario, which is the use of the chemotherapeutics, antibiotics, and pesticides in aqua farms and non-adherence to scientific management practices. This is very important, have resulted in adverse impact on aquaculture production. Serious outbreak of diseases, development of drug-resistant microbes, and accumulations of antibiotics and pesticides residue in fin fish and shellfish, and also the environmental pollution. Antibiotics are the most widely used for the animal health and management because it's easy when your fish is sick. So when you treat with the antibiotic, it's really quick recover. But we must know about the impact from using the antibiotic without follows the right way. Okay, the presence of antibiotic residue in aquaculture product causes the development of bacterial resistance and toxicity to consumer that can lead to death. Example, chloramphenicol residue can cause cancer and also aplastic anemia. An example of antibiotic commonly used in the aquaculture are oxytetracycline, kanamycin, and also the chloramphenicol. They have so many products of the antibiotics in the market. And many nations across the globe, such as United States, European Union, and Asian countries, have strict demands for aquatic products free from chemicals or drugs. And we also can see that economic losses from the seafood because of the rejected by many EU countries due to presence of antibiotic residue. And hence, in recent years, there has been a shift away from many types of antibiotic usage as they are concerned about the drug resistance. And this is why we can start thinking about the replacing the antibiotics. Okay, so one of the options is a medicinal plant. Okay, and then one of the best is medicinal plant to replace antibiotics is using it because some of them have useful compound as antimicrobe, for example. Okay, so what is the medicinal plant? So we must know that what is the medicinal plant. Medicinal plant is any plants that the roots, stem, leaves, flowers, seeds, or seed pods contain substances that can be used for therapeutic purposes or which are precursor for the synthesis of useful drugs. And they are useful to improve the health, to prevent disease, and also treat illness. Okay, photo here are the examples of part from medicinal plants that can use for the treatment. For the first one is the bark. We use the bark. This is bark from the Melaleuca species, which is can use as antibacterial. This is the flowers, and then the seed pods, and then this is the seeds from the papaya, which is used for treat parasite. And then this is roots, mostly roots used for the antibacteria. This is a rhizome, ginger mostly for the antibacteria. and then it's practiced in aquaculture. This is the fruits. Okay, this fruits is used as a growth promoter, and this is a leaf. This is a Melaleuca kajaputi leaves. This is what I work with for the developed products. Okay, globally there are over 250,000 plants, and only 5% of the plant species have been screened for biological activity. This was reported by Rahman 2017. And latest Free et al. 2009 reported that Malaysia estimated about 12,500 plant species and 2,000 species have been claimed to have medicinal properties. And about 25% of the prescribed modern medicines in the world are made from the medicinal plant. And then medicinal plants are sources of many bioactive compounds which afford an opportunity for pharmacological research and drugs development. And medicinal plants consist of a variety of phytochemical families like alkaloids, essential oil, flavonoids, tannins, and terpenoids, saponins, and phenolic compounds, which contain acts as antibacterials, antiparasite, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and also wound healing activity. Okay, and medicinal plants must be confirmed to be safe before they could be used as a medicine. However, to be able to develop and to establish the safety and effectiveness level of a new drugs, toxicity study is very, very important. And no drugs is used clinically without its clinical tests as well as toxicity studies. And the safety of plants is important to observe before this could be recommended for treatment. And medicinal plant also potential alternatives to synthetic drugs in aquaculture. And the plants may be used as fresh, dry, powdered, juices, extract, or essential oil. And the plant's medicines are applied only one plant or mixed with few plants for the effectiveness. And for the Chinese herbs, sometimes they use more than one plant, and also the Indian herbs also they mix with more than one plants, because they believe that it's more effective if they are mixed more than one plants. And they provide also useful biological active metabolites with various benefits such as immune modulating, growth promoting, antioxidant, and antidepressant, digestive enhancing, and appetite stimulating effect. Okay, traditionally, a number of medicinal plants have been widely used in veterinary and human therapy. And most of medicinal plants have the potential to act against a broad spectrum pathogens, having synergistic effect without developing herbal resistance towards pathogen. And natural plants were less toxic. This is very important. Okay, less toxic and safer than chemicals, because chemicals can harm to their human health. Okay, the application of the medicinal plant to prevent and control microbial diseases has received increasing attention as an alternative treatment of the chemotherapeutic. Okay, here this is the administration of medicinal plants in aquaculture. Commonly, they have three ways to use them to apply the medicinal plants in aquaculture. First is through the injection, oral administration, and bath. Okay, the first one is injection. Is commonly this method used for the case of severe infections. Actually, injection can immediately effect by reaching blood quickly, and normally the injection site are intraperitoneal cavity and also into the intramuscular. And here the examples for intraperitoneal injection, which is Dinospora cardifolia, prepared as a water-soluble fraction of yeast, injected into intraperitoneal for Trichomonas hydrophilia. This is a pathogenic bacteria infected the Oreochromis species. And then this is Why? Because the Aeromonas cytophilia infect the internal organs, and when you inject straight to the intraperitoneum, so the accumulations of this water inside with the Tinospora caudifolia, and then it will be directly effect to the directly kill to the bacteria. And then for the oral administration, medicated feed, for example, here is a successful methods, okay, and administering drugs in the aquaculture because they mix with the pellet, okay. For example, here is zingiber officinale or ginger was formulated with feed to treat Lattus calcarifer infected by Vibrio havayi. So Vibrio is a big problem. Okay, Vibrio species is a big problem in the aquaculture. Okay, especially in the shrimp and also in the shrimp and crabs production. Okay. And the last one is bathing fish in medicinal plant solution. All of this is example from my research, okay? And then I start with the Melaleuca kajaputi, or in Malaysia we call gelam or tea tree. And then I also study about Cymbopogon citratus, which is a lemongrass. So I studied since 2010, and this is my PhD student, okay? And he published in 2011, 12, 2014 and 16, effect on the Melaleuca kajaputi on fish physiology, wound healing and behavior, and also anti-parasite. And Melaleuca kajaputi extract also can treat the Pinus monodon, okay, infected by the Vibrio species. This is actually our shrimp, okay, our shrimp broodstock, okay, from the hatchery were infected with the Vibrio species and cause red in color in the body. However, after 5 days treats with the Melaleuca kajaputi extract, the shrimp recover and like normal life. So this is one of the successful stories about using the Melaleuca kajaputi extract to treat the crustacea. And then this is my PhD student also, Hamdan, Hamdan, and with the group, effect of Melaleuca kajaputi on behavior of Microbacterium rosum bajai. Actually, we look for the effect of the toxic from the Melaleuca. And then Wanorazira 2020 and 2021, she publishes about the effect of Cymbopogon citratus or lemongrass essential oil on handling stress in Microbacterium rosum bajai. And however, we also studied about the lemongrass as a sedative to Microbacterium rosum bajai, and it is important for the transportation of Microbacterium to get the freshness of the Microbacterium for consume. Okay, here is the examples of medicinal plant and their benefit in fish diseases. Can act as anti-parasite here. Can you see that the Minilia catapa and Melaleuca kajaputi can act as anti-parasite and also antibacteria. Carica papaya, this is a papaya. The seed can act as anti-parasite. And here you can see that some is for antifungal, antiviral, and also immunostimulants. And for the conclusions, the medicinal plant are effective, economic, eco-friendly, easily biodegradable, non-resistance forming, and without much side effect. And the raw materials are inexpensive, renewable, locally available, use-friendly, and easily prepared. And I suggest that to date, very little work has been done on the biological activity and medicinal plant of medicinal application of plants in combating the numerous diseases facing our aquaculture industry. And so I suggest that we must do research on the potential medicinal plants, especially for the plants with the less toxic, and also research on the development of modern phytochemicals and drugs from medicinal plants to control various fish diseases problem. And here are some of the references I use for these presentations, and thank you. Before that, I also welcome to who are interested to collaborate with our team in develop medicines from medicinal plant for treat fish diseases and to help our aquaculture industry. So recently, I do a research which is applied with the nanotechnology, and thank you. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan, for your presentation. And global aquaculture production is indeed a crucial sector of our food supply, and your research effort contributes greatly to the solution of our future and the goal of sustainability. Thank you.
Okay. And next, to keep up with our schedule, okay, so we will skip the break and continue to the next plenary speech. So in this session, we have a plenary speaker in the field of art and design. Our speaker is Professor Dr. Jiang Jiehong from the School of Art, Birmingham City University, UK. Professor Jiang Jiehong is Head of Research at the School of Art, Birmingham City University, and Principal Editor of Journal of Contemporary Chinese Art. He has extensive research and curatorial experiences in contemporary art and visual culture. He has led many international projects on curation, such as Thailand Biennale Edge of the Wonderland in 2018 to 2019. He also published several books, such as The Art of Contemporary China, published by Thames and Hudson in 2021. Today, the topic of his talk is curation in the post-COVID art world. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Jiang Jiehong.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your kind introduction. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's great. I will, my name is Jiehong Jiang, and I work in the UK for many years. And I can see that this conference is very, very interdisciplinary. And I heard the previous speaker's talk, which was very inspiring and interesting. So I will share mine as well from the perspective of art and design. I will first of all, I will share my screen. Let me just quickly do that so that you will be able to see my screen. So if I share my screen, can you see my screen now? Okay.
Yes, we can see the screen. Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is my topic, talking about curating in the post-COVID world. But actually, it's not quite yet. We're still in COVID world. We are not in the post-COVID world. But through this process, I think it's important for us to share some of our experiences and understanding of our world from scientific point of view, as well as from the viewpoints of arts, culture, and humanity. So we have experienced lockdown in the UK. That was around about 18 months ago in March until May or April. It was a very strange world. And I know that before the UK, China was first affected by the COVID-19. And it then spread into the European countries and then to the UK. And I'm sure that Thailand and rest of the country in Southeast Asia have suffered as well from this crisis. So I can still remember how busy Bangkok was. I couldn't find any empty city images online, high quality pictures online, but some of you might be able to let me have some. I'm very interested in these kind of visual transformation of our urban environment during the lockdown, during the COVID-19 global crisis. So that's very visual. That's very that you can see that the city went empty, and then you see that we've got these travel restrictions. Like today, we have to present online. I have to say that I hate it. I don't like to present online, but we don't have any other choices. Otherwise, I would easily, book a flight to fly into Bangkok, so I can meet with colleagues and friends in person, and we can discuss and share together. We can listen to each other face to face, and we can share wonderful Thai meal afterwards. So these all kind of experiences have been interrupted by the COVID-19. So what do we do as let's leave the area of art for a minute. Let's see what people did during the lockdown. I mean, in the UK, we have a campaign that launched by children, and each window you will see they are drawing rainbows to celebrate, with quotation marks, celebrate the lockdown, but actually they are put the rainbows on the windows as a sign of hope. This is from the Bible story where God put the rainbow as a promise that the human nature will not be flooded again. So that's in the UK, but in Italy, that's another interesting phenomenon. That's no one curated this. This was happened spontaneously in all areas in the country. During the lockdown, they climb onto the roof to play violin, they play oboe, they play drums, and so on, play guitar to communicate between each other through music. And that's really a moving image when the disease that we can't see is spreading across the city, across the country, and how these being received and perceived through people's everyday experiences, and how do we respond to this kind of lockdown. And we need to exchange, we need to communicate when person to person is no longer possible. Obviously, we can use phone calls, we can use FaceTime, we can use WhatsApp, and indeed in Thailand, we use Line to communicate each other. But that's not real. That's not something that I can hear people playing piano or violin in the next door neighborhood. This person is there, although there is a physical distance there, but we can understand the need of communication. So that's some fragments that I picked up through the pandemic, and I work as a curator, obviously, in the last 15, 20 years. And my exhibitions, 2 exhibitions, large-scale exhibitions, has been cancelled, which should have taken place in May and in October this year in China. All of them has been cancelled. And it was my privilege to curate the first Thailand Biennale in 2018 as the host introduced early on. But I know the second version of Thailand Biennale has been postponed, but it will open, as I understand, on the 6th of December next month, curated by my colleague and friend, Yuko Hasakawa. So when COVID-19 spread across the world, people like myself, curators, our work has been interrupted or disrupted. And imagine those professionals and practitioners in the area of performing arts. They are even in a more difficult situation because cinemas are closed, theaters are closed, symphony halls are closed, no performance going on. I actually do not know what's the current circumstances, situations in Bangkok. I would love to discuss with you at the end of today's talk to exchange our views on this pandemic. Now moving to this, my thoughts on exhibitions and on curating during and after the COVID-19. This is a British Museum, and British Museum perhaps is one of the greatest museums in the world. They've got collections from everywhere, from China, from Thailand, from Vietnam, from Africa, but very little from the UK itself. I would say that within that museum, we have the knowledge or the understanding of the so-called the white cube. The white cube means that a gallery space, an art museum space, the walls are all painted in white so that you can see a painting hang on the wall, you can see a fabric hanging on the wall, or you can see a sculpture displayed in the middle of a white cube. That's the white cube. That's the white cube. The white cube is a symbolization of modern and contemporary art exhibition. But during the COVID-19, we are not allowed to enter those white cubes as we wish. People are grouped into smaller cohort to gain the access to those white cubes. You do not see the crowds around some important painting. For example, Mona Lisa, you always see crowds in the Louvre. People worship these kind of painting masterpieces. But you don't see those crowds anymore because you have to keep the social distance, which I can understand. However, this has led us to think about, what do you mean by white cube? And the white cube, the history of white cube is not so long. It would be I would say less than 200 years. Before the white cube, how do people exchange art? For instance, in China, in Chinese history, this is where I grew up and coming from. People exchange art through so-called the elegant or scholarly gathering. People exchange scrolls of painting or calligraphy within a private spaces rather than a public exhibition. And therefore, in Thailand might be a very different culture, but the white cube is, let's say, a 200 years old tradition when we always think, an exhibition must be displayed in a room or in a space painted either in white or in black. When we say black, is the black cube. The black cube obviously is more recently, in the recent 30, 40 years when the video art come into play, the room usually be darkened to sharpen the focus of the projection. So that's the white cube, black cube, and when we're talking about contemporary art in nowadays. So after the COVID-19, imagine if the COVID-19 continues on, do we still need art? If we do need art, they cannot be properly displayed in a white cube. So this is a time for the fall of the white cube or black cube. And we have to think about something as an alternative. The first immediate alternative that we can think about, obviously, is the online exhibition. I received a number of invitations, asked me to curate online exhibition, which I have kindly declined. As I said earlier, that I do not like presenting online. I do not want to curate online because I think these are very fake. And but this is well, we are living in this kind of disrupted world, and this is the only way that we can move forward. And this is also reflected our limitation of our imagination of our everyday life. So, for example, these online exhibitions, we can think about the advantage and disadvantage of the online exhibition. So the online exhibition, the advantage, there I can think of three. For example, accessibility, that you can access an online exhibition anytime you want, right? There is no opening or closing time of the online exhibition. You can do whatever you like. You can access an online exhibition when you are in a coffee shop, when you are in a meal, when you are in bed, or when you are on the train, or even when you are swimming. Don't access any exhibition when you are driving. So that's the accessibility. You can access an exhibition anytime you want, right? The second advantage is that you can do a virtual tour. That I know that some clever sort of technologies will allow you to travel from one room to another. So there's a virtual reality rather than just see one picture after another. So that's another advantage, that you can get yourself immersed in those kind of virtual space, and you can think about how do you travel in those spaces. So that's the virtual navigation. And number three is the highest resolution. The highest resolution is that, for example, if you see a painting, as long as they got very substantial resolution pixels, and then you can always enlarge again. You can see very, very details of those paintings. But those three advantages can turn into quite quickly become disadvantages. For example, the accessibility. When you can access an exhibition anytime you want, they seem to be less important. Do you see what I mean? It seems to be that you don't have to prepare yourself. You can view a wonderful masterpiece when you are in pajamas. And virtual navigations, although you can navigate yourself through those spaces, but you do not actually, in that space, that you do not see one painting after another through your own pace of traveling. High resolutions, that's even stranger. Why do you need to see a painting get enlarged and enlarged again? A painting with that particular size, there is a reason behind it. And artists develop a painting with their own precise decision in terms of the size and accuracy of the pixels, or let's say the strokes that you will visually you will see. So the next three points I would like to discuss is that this is also advantage of the online exhibition that I can think of to curate. Number one is the endurability, where that when you have something online, theoretically, it will be there forever. So there will be no opening day of the exhibition or closing day of the exhibition. As long as the server is working, the exhibition can goes on after 1 month and 2 until 1 year or 20 years afterwards. So this is the advantage of the online exhibition. So therefore, that you might like to curate an exhibition which is a eternal sort of permanent exhibition that you will collect information and add on important artworks after the opening of the exhibition. The other is the sustainability. We all are experiencing this climate change and environmental crisis as well globally. For an online exhibition, there's no cost for transportation, there's no need of traveling, and therefore it's more sustainable. It's always going to be economically friendly. Number 3 is participation. When we say participation, is that artists can produce their work to upload their work onto that particular exhibition, as well as audience. So audience, if you want to make comments or you wanted to respond through your own artistic exploration, that you can. So therefore, the participation actually between amongst both artists and audience will make the exhibition more interesting. So that's the first lot that I'm thinking about the post-COVID curating, when we can think about the online exhibition. And the next one is the art at large. When we say the art at large, I have kept doing this for so many years, which include another 3 points. Let's forget about the white cube for a minute. When we're talking about the so-called the art at large, is something beyond the museum walls, something beyond the white cube or black cube. So we can talk about alternative institutions. For example, to show a piece of work in, let's say, in a shopping mall. How do we do that? There are a number of attempts, and I certainly did one of those important museum shopping mall in Guangzhou in 2012, which was such a challenge. And how do you make artwork in a shopping mall? The second one is non-art spaces. Shopping mall is obviously one of those, but also there are loads of possibilities. How do you make an art piece in the hospital? And there are needed in hospital, not simply henna painting on the hospital wall, but something more interesting can let people experience or let the patients experience those artwork as a piece of therapy, for example. I remember there was one non-institutional space or non-art spaces that I was trying to secure in 2014. I didn't get it. If so, if I got it, it will be really interesting, which is a prison. It was an old prison in Manchester. And those prison, you've got cells, and each cells to do with the prisoner who had the death sentence. And these cells was going to turn into little galleries. And how do you use those small windowless spaces to make artwork? And finally is the everyday life. You know, in the end of the day, that how do we break the walls of white cube to let the art permeate into everyday life. So we experience art when we work, when we live in a city, rather than a need to go to museums, go to British museums. Obviously, British Museum or other museums, important museum, they've got educational mission to tell us about the history or tell us about the culture. But for contemporary art, there are other means for us to experience and receive arts. So there are a few examples of art exhibitions made beyond the Y Cube. And this is the billboard project I made for Guangzhou Triennial on the street. There are the artists making some photographs, installation together with a philosophical statement. So the artwork blurs the distinction between advertisement, a propaganda, and a piece of art. So this is the Asian Art Triennial that I curated in 2014. This is a piece of installation art made by a collection of hundreds of street lamps by a Taiwanese artist group called Luxury Logical, to staged on a train station. And this is the oldest train station on this planet, the world's earliest train station in Manchester. So this is actually reflecting how the transportation being developed over the centuries, and how we should appreciate the environmental issues and challenges. And this is a Liverpool Biennial partnership exhibition that we curated in 2018. This is the Stonehenge, the very famous historical heritage from the UK. And there is a performer. This is an art piece made by an artist from China. And the performer is playing Tai Chi on those Stonehenge, which is obviously shrunk into a smaller size. It's an ironic piece of work. So this is staged in the shopping area. So when people passing by, strangely, people encounter this kind of art piece. You don't have to read it, or you don't have to so-called understand it, but you need to experience it, and you will think about your everyday life differently. And finally, it is the Thailand Biennale that I curated in 2018. This is a wonderful piece by my artist colleague from Norway, Tori. You can see the little creatures in the middle, on those rocks. They are in costumes and singing and shouting in Thai traditional sound. And when people, and this is the only site of the Thailand Biennale that you will have to swim for more than, I think, 150 meters that you will be able to see. There's no other accessibilities, or you can do kayaking. So it's really welcoming the international tourists when they are visiting Krabi. Suddenly they see such a creature singing in the middle of the island. What an experience of such a wonderland. So these are examples can let curators and artists to think about how do we produce our work and how do we present our work outside of the Y Cube, after this COVID-19 crisis, and how do we think about online exhibition, and how do we face or make a change after this global pandemic. As promised, I will leave 5-6 minutes at the end of my talk to receive any questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Professor Dr. Jiang Jae-hong, for your insightful talk on the impact of the COVID-19, the effects on curation, and also on the effects of online exhibition as well. And now I think we have time for some question. So if any audience would like to ask a question, you can turn on your microphone and ask, okay, or you can also type your question in the chat box. Well, if there's no question, in that case, well, thank you very much indeed. Okay, and now we can move on to the next keynote speech.
Okay, then we will proceed with our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Nantanit Wanichachiwa from the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, Slipakorn University, Thailand. Professor Dr. Nantanit Wanichachiwa received her PhD in chemistry from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Massachusetts. She is currently the Vice President for Research at Research Innovation and Creativity Administration Office, Slipakorn University. She has published many articles in Scopus and Web of Science journals and has submitted several international and national patents. She has been working in multidisciplinary research in the field of chemistry. Her research aims to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Environment Programme by promoting health and well-being, as well as preventing the global ecosystem from the hazard of heavy metal ions and anions. And today she's going to give a presentation on design and development of hazardous heavy metal sensors for implementing Sustainable Development Goals. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nantanit Wanichachiwa.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice introduction. And thank you all of the committee to give the great meeting today. And thank you for inviting me for giving this talk. So now I'm gonna share the slides. And can you see?
Yes, we can see your slide.
All right. Okay, so as we mentioned before, that the topic of my talk will be related to the design and development of the hazardous heavy metal sensor for implementing Sustainable Development Goals. And the goal of our work is to design new sensor that can give the selectivity to determine hazardous heavy metal ions, and we want to develop the sensor that can provide visible and near IR emission. Due to that, we want to make it easy and portable and can be used in the real sample, such as in water, in food, in commercial product, and also in biological sample. And we also want to use this sensor to monitor and preventing hazardous heavy metal exposure. And we want to utilize this sensor that can complement UN Sustainable Development Goal. Using our basic research about host gas chemistry and supramolecular chemistry, when the gas have to bind to the host, and the gas and the host have to match each other by electronic effect or also side fit. So we design the sensor by using the fluorophore and ionophore come together. When the compound, as an organic chemist, we synthesize this type of molecule. When the compound have the fluorophore, it can provide the fluorescent signal. And when the compound have the ionophore, it can bind the ion. And we can use the ionophore that attack only one ion, such as mercury ion, cadmium ion, or silver ion, for example. So we develop this sensor by using different type of the fluorophore. For example, this fluorophore have to have a good photostability. It cannot be destroyed by the time, and it have to have high quantum yields. It have to have a long emission wavelength, and by structure, it have to be structural flexible for the derivatization. And of course, we want to make it as the sensor that can see even naked eye and near IR, for example, that can be used in the field without any instrument. So we use the idea of hard and soft, basic and acid base theory to design the ionophore. In this case, we use the ionophore that not in the cyclic, because the cyclic ionophore is gonna cost our sensor cost more, so more expensive. So we use a kind of reasonable price fluorophore, like the cyclic ligand. And we use the cyclic ligand, and when it binds to the ion, it will provide the self-assembly around the ion, and this process is entropically favorable. So which means the host like to bind to the gas that we design. So we decide to use the sensor that can detect mercury, cadmium, silver, and copper. Why we choose this ion? Because we know that for the mercury, it can destroy, if we human uptake the mercury, it can destroy our DNA, and it can destroy our brain and nerve system, and it brings to Minamata disease. For cadmium, it also can destroy our metabolism, and it can cause the metabolism disorder and come to itai disease. For silver, maybe we can say, silver maybe is not really dangerous, but in fact, the US EPA say silver also one of the dangerous metal ion because it can kill many types of the organism, including the good organism. For example, if it kills good organism, then it can destroy our biological system. For copper is the ion that can cause the disease for the something like degenerative disease such as Alzheimer and Parkinson disease, which is two of the top disease for the elder people. So we design several types of sensor, and this is an example of the sensor that we'll go over in this presentation from the mercury sensor, silver sensor, copper, and cadmium sensor. So for the mercury sensor, we design this sensor using the NVD fluorophore. We synthesize the compound by only 2-step synthesis and in good use. So using the NVD fluorophore connect to the hydrazine, and then connect to the thiophene anhydride, thiophene aldehyde to get this sensor. And this sensor show the fluorescent turn on when it have a mercury in the system. In the state that no mercury, it will show almost no fluorescent. It turn on when it have a mercury into the system, and only mercury from the second graph of the selectivity, we can see that only mercury show the turn on response, but the rest of the heavy metal ion didn't show any response. And we also can see it by naked eye, looking at the color change from the orange to purple, which easily can see by naked eye without any instrument. We also can use this sensor to apply to determine mercury in the living cells. And we also can use to determine mercury in the foods such as napa cabbage tissue. So we can detect mercury in the vegetable. And in another work, we published recently in Journal of Hazardous Material by, we designed this sensor by using 3-step synthesis from the hydrazine fluorophore. We connect it to hydrazine and then undergo the Robinson, using Robinson reagent to change oxygen to be sulfur, and then connect it to thiophene aldehyde. We get the sensor in 3 steps. And this sensor also provide good selectivity by turn on fluorescence in methanol water sample, and it also can see fluorogenic change from the no fluorescent to be kind of blue fluorescent with the detection limit of 1.2 ppb, which is lower than the level that US EPA specify for drinking water. So we also use this sensor to detect mercury in drinking water, in seawater sample, in vegetable, and also in living cell. And the unique about this sensor is we can use just only filter paper to deposit the sensor and deposit the mercury, and we can see that the color just fade down, and we can use only filter paper to check the amount of mercury in the solution. So in another work, we use two fluorophore connect together by using fluorescent resonance energy transfer. So in this case, our donor have to have the emission overlap with the acceptor. So in this case, we use the hydrazine as the energy donor and the rhodamine is the energy acceptor. So in this case, we found that when we add mercury into the system turn on by the good signal. When the rest of the cation didn't show any significant change, we can get the detection limit get lower to 0.3 ppb for determine mercury ion, and we can see that it is getting lower for the detection limit compared to the US EPA specified for drinking water. So we also can use this for the living cells for the seafoods such as to determine mercury in seafood such as in mussel, in tuna, in salmon. And we also can use to determine mercury in the plant root and also in cosmetic, which some of cosmetic contain mercury. We can see by naked eye that from the no color, like white color, to be pink color, which means we can detect mercury in the commercial product as well. So to another work, we use the sensor for silver ion. So in this case, we increase the sensitivity of the sensor by increase the unit of the fluorophore. If you have 1 unit of fluorophore, you have one level of the emission. When you increase more unit of the fluorophore, then you increase more emission. So in this case, we design this sensor, and we found that this sensor provide very good selectivity for silver ion. And we also can see that the detection limit of this sensor going down to 10 ppb, which is compared to the US EPA for silver ion is 100 ppb. And any other thing that this sensor can do is it can detect silver nanoparticle as well in the solution. So for when we go to the copper ions, for the copper ion, we decide that the copper sensor for near IR sensor. For near IR sensor, it can provide the emission in the near IR regions, and it can be eliminate many type of the metrics such as the hemoglobin or the chlorophyll. So we can detect many type of the sample using near IR sensor. So we design the compound using we make the compound by using aldol condensation followed by microaddition and make the pyrrole ring using the ammonium acetate, and then undergo the hydrogenation and form body P rings, and then we connect it to the ligand at the last step. So we can see that this sensor provides turn off signal by after we add copper ion, it shows turn off, and it can determine copper ion in the living cells. In another words, we also making another near IR sensor for copper ion, and this copper sensor provide the detection limit is very low compared to the US EPA that specified. So the detection limit rate just go to 1.5 ppb compared to the drinking water, which is 1.3 ppm. It can be almost 100 times. So the sensor provides turn off response, and it also can see by naked eye. Only copper ion that show no color after we add copper into the system. And we also can detect copper in drinking water, mineral water, pond water, river water, sea water, and tap water. We also can detect the copper in the brain tumor cells, and also can apply to use as the automatic analysis using flow analysis. In the last work, we use design the cadmium sensor. Since we know that the cadmium is very dangerous for the neural system, And we designed this sensor by using three-step synthesis. So we use the ionophore which connect to the fluorophore by using the quinoline, aminoquinoline to get the intermediate compound, and then we connect to the fluorophore by the using this compound connect to the dichloromethylpyridine to get this sensor. The detection limit of this sensor is 5.6 ppb, and it can provide that the determination of cadmium by turn off effect, and it also can provide the application in the living cells and also in real samples such as washed light water, because we also know that cadmium somehow accumulate in some crop like some corn and some rice. So we use the rice to wash rice, and then we wash the rice, and then and we check this contamination by using our sensor. So the last compound we use the azavodipine again and connect it to the ionophore, and then we found that we getting lower detection limit of the sensor to detect cadmium by turn on response. And from the molecular modeling, we can see that the cadmium bind to the sensor by octahedral binding sites. And we published this work in Journal of Hazardous Materials recently, and we also can see the detection of cadmium by naked eye from colorless to green color. And we also can use it for the to determine the cadmium in the living cells. So overall, we can produce many types of sensor which can have a low detection limit compared to US EPA, and we also can use it for the real samples such as in biological sample, water sample, food sample, seafood sample, and we also can use it in commercial products. And also it is simple and can affordable price. So we also can publish some work as a good scientist, and we also implement our work to UN Sustainable Development Goal by using to determine the heavy metal ion in the water, in the vegetable, in food, and it will come to good health and well-being for humans. So we also have to acknowledge people who are helping us and collaborator. Kevin Burgess from Texas A&M, Tony James from Bath, Steve from Swan University in Australia, and Professor Vinit from WISTech, Dr. Thanasat from MTech, and Dr. Pornpimon from Shanghai University. And thank you all my students for their effort, and thanks you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nantanit. That was a very impressive presentation, which shed light on how the field of molecular chemistry can help save us from heavy metal hazard and also contribute to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Supakit Suthireungwong from the Department of Materials Science and Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Industrial Technology, Slipakorn University, Thailand. He holds the doctoral degree from University Erlangen, Nuremberg, Germany. His research interests include bioplastics compounding and product development, bioadhesives, reactive extrusion process, and novel polymer processing techniques. He has published several papers, and he also works closely with the bioplastic industry and associations to promote bioplastics. His talk will be on the topic, Closing the Loop with Bioplastics. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Supakit Suthireungwong.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I hope everyone can hear me properly because I'm not at university at the moment. Anyway, I will share my screen now. Okay. Have you seen my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for my introductions. And today I just want to talk a little bit about the closing the loop with bioplastic. And well, I just want to show you something about the bioplastic. Actually, bioplastic is not new in our country and in our world, but the application is not widely adopted at the moment due to many factors. But I just to let you know in this presentation, in terms of sustainability and where this bioplastic can fit in. So if you look around at the moment, you can see many business model according to the circular economy model, and everyone want to use this model as the starting idea for our sustainable materials. For example, if you can see in this right, a new business model from the company, they just try to buy back the furniture, and then they can refurbish and use their materials as many times as possible. On the other hand, you can see in Thailand as well, we have a nice coffee shop, and they try to demonstrate that everything that being thrown away in the shop can be reused, upcycled, and recycled through many technologies, and also it can be in artistical way as well. So having said that, so in my talk, I will start with the fact facing and country status, so basically in Thailand, and also I will talk about the bioplastic in just to touch on the topic of the bioplastic and what we've done in our lab. And finally, I will conclude my talk. So if you look around, this is my photo. I took this photo 2 years ago before the pandemic in Germany. So on the left hand side, you see the robot. This robot is very light and they can communicate with the people. And you know, everything inside the robot, they come from the plastic. Most of them, they use the plastic. On the other hand, on the right hand side, is a spaceship, and they just took the plastic. Normally in the space, it's not possible to buy something or to fix things apart from that. Then you have to return to the earth and then you fix things. And at the moment, they try to recycle some plastic, some part of the machine in the space, and then they can return it and then fix it, repair the ship immediately. So using the 3D printing technology and some recycled plastic. Also, plastic has many problems. This is one of the things that I've seen in the Berlin. So I also went to Berlin in the same year, and this is the problem with the plastic. The artists in Berlin, they just put in this exhibition, so you can see the plastic in the ocean. That is the demonstration of the plastic, which can be there forever. And if you look around here, in this slide, you can see the plastic is increasing in terms of productions and also the demand, because now we are in the era of plastic. So most of the things that we're using every day in daily life is plastic. So having said that, then you can have many drawbacks from this. For example, in Thailand, we have a lot of plastic waste. Every year we created around 24 million tons per year, and this included plastic. And the plastic in Thailand, plastic waste in Thailand is around 400,000 tons per year. So and some of those will travel along the way and go to the sea. So we call that marine litter. So we are among those land that's attached to the sea and then cause a lot of problem with the plastic debris. So in many cases, if you look at in around the world during a pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and you can see that some of the countries has created many wastes along the way. For example, in terms of in this graph, you can see the single-use plastic, and if you can see the red bar, single-use mask is the most problematic items nowadays, and most of the single-use masks are from polypropylene, so it's a plastic. And also you can have many food packaging problem because now during the pandemic you are locked up and then you can only get the food from delivering person. So it creates basically more 15% packaging plastic in pandemic circumstances. So in Thailand, how about in Thailand? In Thailand, we have most of the year we have we generated solid waste around 28 million tons. But among those waste, we can only manage to recover some of the good plastic and some of the plastic that can be recycled and reused. We can use this plastic only for maybe 15%. So how about the other one? The other waste. The other waste cannot be recycled. Normally they go to the landfill, and the landfill is getting less and less in terms of the land. So it's not possible that you can put everything in the landfill all the time, and one day you will have no place to fill that anymore. So we recognize this problem since 2014, and in 2016 we try to stop the plastic going into the sea, and that is around 51,000 tons per year. So how do they do that? So in Thailand, they try to go at the end of the pipe. For example, they try to look at the source of the activity at the end of the pipe to ensure that this activity cannot create waste. For example, from the fishing, from the tourists, or from the water activities, recreations. So they just look at that first. And then they just look at the types of materials that create the problem. For example, the plastic, glass, or even some materials that can harm animals and humans. And now they are looking also at the effect of this sort of plastic or microplastic that's created during the environmental degradation. So in terms of the plastic, we can divide this plastic pollution into two categories. One is the macroplastic pollution. So this is easy to clean up because you can see it, and also it's possible that you can prevent this happening before it's enter the ocean. On the other hand, even you have something smaller like a microplastic, something less than 5 millimeters, then it's not possible that you can prevent this from going into the ocean. So that's why these two plastic problems, macroplastic and microplastic, they should have different solutions. And having said that, in terms of microplastic, when getting into the sea, then they go into the food chain, and after that, they can probably come to our food. And then the problem is that we don't know yet what happened to individual species. We don't know what happened if we can accumulate this plastic in our body, and what cost it would bring to us. So in terms of this, I will introduce the bioplastic in circular economies because when you talk about the marine litter, when you talk about the macroplastic and microplastic, it is difficult actually to stop the plastic going from the land to the sea. One thing that you can do is that you can collect everything and sort everything and make use of everything as much as possible. On the other hand, there will be something, or there will be some left and going and flowing back to the sea. So in this case, it should be as minimum as possible. So I will bring this sort of idea to this talk. So for the bioplastic, in terms of definitions, we can divide the bioplastic into three items. If you look at this bioplastic matrix chart, so on the y-axis, you can find on the top is renewable materials, and on the bottom, you can find the petrochemical raw materials. So on the other hand, when you see the x-axis, on the left is a non-biodegradable, and on the right is biodegradable. The terms biodegradable means basically something that can be degraded under physical and biological environment. So everything in this case mostly is biodegradable. But if you want to identify the biodegradability, then you will have to do the standard. So we call that compostable plastic. So most of the bioplastic can come from the petroleum, petrochemicals. It's possible, but it should be biodegradable. So in this case, you can have on the right side of the graph, and you can have the PBAT, PBS, for example. On the top right of the graph, you have a material that come from renewable resources and also biodegradable. So this is, for example, PLA, PHA. And on the other hand, you can have the polymer that's come from renewable resources, but not biodegradable. In this case, this plastic is very similar to those come from petrochemicals. For example, we call this bio-PE. And on the other hand, you can call that conventional plastic PE. So they are the same in terms of chemistry, but they come from the different origin. So for the compostable plastic, I just want to point out and stress, emphasize this compostable plastic, because this has been done for many years in my lab. So we're looking at the compostable plastic because I think compostable plastic has the potential to ensure that every carbon go back to the earth and then recycle into the materials. So if we talk about compostable plastic is one of the biodegradable plastic, but it is recognized by the standard. So you can have a standard. So each plastic that compostable should pass the standard. For example, EN 13432 or ISO 17099 sorry. So for the bioplastic in Thailand, we have three. In Thailand now we are using starch, for example, but starch being only the filler in the materials. And three of them that we are using at the moment is a PLA, polylactic acid. Secondly is the PBS, polybutylene succinate. These two plastic we can produce in Thailand because we have the two big company producing this in Thailand. For the PBAT, we have to import from other countries. And each of those have different properties. So when you look at the circular economy in terms of materials, you can have two loops. On the right-hand side, you can see the technical loop. This technical loop, normally they use only the materials that are non-renewable. So it's difficult to regenerate. So that's why they have to use it as many times as possible along the way, along the value chain. On the other hand, we are talking about on the left-hand side, it's the green loop. The green loop is stand for the loop that we are talking about, the biological loop. And this loop comply with the circularity perfectly, because if you talk about the materials that should be from renewable resources and being processed and used and finally reproduced back to the original materials or monomer or building block, and then you can recycle and reuse and regenerate materials as many times as indefinitely. So in many years, we have in European countries, they try to use less technical loop and substitute the material from the biological loop into the technical loop more and more. So why they're doing that? Because they can use material more in the manner that can sustain to the next generation. But the problem is, if you use this biological loop, you need to look at the management. You need to look at the waste management in a different way. For example, if you want to recycle, sometimes you have another option. For example, you can have a compostable option. You can have energy recovery option, biogas option. So we have to look at many different options in different kind of waste. So for the bioplastic, they are closing the loop, because if you look at the bioplastic, if you take the plastic monomer plastic from the renewable resources, you produce the plastic and then you compose it. It returns to the soil, and you use the soil to grow the plant, and then you extract the monomer from the plant, and then you polymerize to the plastic again. So this loop is carbon neutral. However, if you do that, you need to have a very good and effective way to collect the bioplastic. So in terms of Thailand, we can separate the organic waste and the normal plastic waste, and then they can go in different management system. In our lab, we are specialized to do the compounding and plastic conversion, and also we look at the end-of-life options to ensure that every value chain is carbon neutral. And I just touched a little bit about my groups. So we are improve a lot of properties for the bioplastic to be replaced as the materials in terms of petrochemical plastic. And in this case, we produce many products for the company. For example, straw and bags, shopping bags, also 3D printings and composite. And also now we are using many technology, for example, reactive extrusion technology, to produce and to increase the value of the plastic and bioplastic, for example. And we also have the option that we work with collaboration with the company, and to ensure that our finding in the laboratory also can be scaled up. And then we look at also the compostability options. And in terms of the compostability options, we also look at the composting at home. For example, if you look at the plastic, you have a bioplastic packaging, you can go home, and then it's a food contact packaging. So you can bring this together with your leftover foods, and then you can compose them together, and then you get a fertilizer. So we also look at this option. For example, in this case, we are producing many different themes, and we can control different compost time, and also we using different fertilization and also composting formulations. We also look at the end of life, very end of life. We look at the marine biodegradation. Why are we doing this? Because as I said in the beginning, everything just go to the sea, it will end up someday in the ocean. So we have to make sure that if this plastic finally go to the sea or the ocean, it will totally biodegraded, and also it will totally non-toxic. So this is our idea. So finally, I would like to sum up my talk. Firstly, the plastic consumption and waste are very increasing in terms of in the last 2 years, it's increasing a lot because everything has just grown through the pandemic period. And also waste management is very important around the world, and also in Thailand. We have to rethink about the process of waste management, new waste management stream. We can see also in Thailand lack of infrastructure. Infrastructure in Thailand, we have a composting facility, but normally it can accept only 1% of the organic waste. So this is too little. So you have to have more composting facility in every area. So in terms of the research, we should demonstrate for the whole life of the cycle of the plastic, bioplastic, carbon from the origin to the end of life of the carbon. And also we can see now, I didn't tell a lot, but as I said, we can see now the transition. So you can have this linear economy to the circular economy. And most of the company trying to do the sustainability index, and also some measures, for example, circularlytics indicators. And in this case, if this is happening, it will happen very quickly, and it will be adopted as the standard. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your fascinating talk. So your talk addresses the issue of plastic and microplastic waste, which is a hot issue nowadays. And you have cast light on how bioplastic can lead to practical solution to the excessive plastic waste, and also offer a sustainable solution to this issue as well. So thank you very much indeed.
And we have come to our last keynote speaker for today's session, Dr. Chayasit Uttamapinan from the School of Biomolecular Science and Engineering, Withaya Siri Methi Institute of Science and Technology of VISTEC. Dr. Chayasit is currently a lecturer at VISTEC, where he leads a research program in chemical and synthetic biology. Prior to his appointment at VISTEC, Dr. Chayasit was an investigator scientist and a career development fellow at MRC Laboratory of Molecular Biology at Cambridge, UK, and received his undergraduate and doctoral degrees from Harvard College and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge and USA, respectively. His independent research at VISTEC is supported in part by Wellcome Trust UK and Swiss National Science Foundation, Switzerland. And today he's going to present on the topic of genetic code reprogramming with engineered translation machineries. Please welcome Dr. Chayasit Uttamapinan.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and I just want to make sure that you all can see my slides okay.
Yes, we can see your slides.
All right, cool. Thank you again for the introduction, and also for the kind introduction for me to participate in this exciting conference. I like the fact that the talks are so diverse and really cover both art and science, befitting the theme of the conference. So for today, I'll be talking about, as the introductors mentioned, the recent advances in the field of genetic code reprogramming, which is a subfield within the synthetic biology. And since this is quite a short talk, I would mainly give a brief overview of three research areas within this overall theme of genetic code reprogramming. And basically all of these works are performed by myself, but two of the works that I show here would be the work that I performed as a postdoc with Professor Jason Chen at the MRC LMB in Cambridge, UK. And then for the third area that I'll be presenting, this is a work that I continue when I established my independent lab at WISTEC. And these lovely faces are the students within my group who are working on the project at the moment. But basically the three main areas would cover engineering of the genomes of a molecule, a huge molecule called the ribosome, and how we can use this technique called genetic code expansion to do protein labeling in a really complex manner. And I know that since the talks and the participants of this conference is really diverse, I just want to start by a quick introduction, especially to chemists, that when you think of polymers, one way that chemists can synthesize polymers is, of course, to use chemistry. And these are the types of polymers that chemists can make routinely. You can make copolymers that are composed of different monomers. And of course, the process is highly reliable and high yielding. But as you can imagine, it is actually not that trivial to manipulate the orders of monomer addition into the polymers or the precise length of the polymer chain. And when you want to control the properties of the polymers to be more complex, you would want to keep adding more of the monomers in a complex manner. For example, having the polymers composed of more than 2, maybe 5 monomers, but then to control the order of addition of these monomers are extremely non-trivial. And with chemical synthesis, this normally involves using conditions that are toxic. So it could be utilizing catalysts or high pressure or high heat, which is harmful. So when we look at how biology does the synthesis of polymers, you have to go to what is called the central dogma of molecular biology, in which the information from DNA is transferred to RNA and eventually is transferred to proteins. And all these, as you all know, are polymers. So with DNA, it is a polymer that is made of 4 building blocks. So A, T, G, and C, deoxynucleotides. RNA is the same way, and proteins are made of amino acids. There are 20 of them. What is cool about polymers that are made by biology is that the defined order of monomer addition, because all synthesis of biopolymers are template directed, which means that you can control precisely where the monomer is added. With DNA, the template is the DNA itself. This is the double helix structures of the DNA. RNA use DNA as a template, and proteins use RNA as a template. And there are these molecules that does the hard job, which is to synthesize these polymers. So there are DNA and RNA polymerases, and in the case of proteins, this is the ribosome. So we would like to use the capability of nature, of biology, and really try to push how this can be harnessed for synthesis of polymers, but make them more useful industrially and also medically. So this involves the creation of what is called a parallel genetic code, in which you still have the genetic information stored in DNA, which gets transferred to RNA, which still gets transferred to proteins so that you can keep the cells living. But at the same time, you can use the same information to make another set of polymers that exist within the cell. These are the polymers that you would want to isolate and then use later. And you can now imagine seeing living cells as a factory to synthesize completely new polymers that can be used in a diverse manner. And when we zoom into proteins, and the reason why we are interested in proteins is because it actually is composed of the most complex building blocks. This is what we know from classic high school biochemistry, is that proteins are made of 20 amino acids. But there is this concept of codes or codons that are being used in biology, in that these 20 amino acids are actually being coded by 64 codes. So there is this level of redundancy that we are using 64 letters, but then it eventually got translated into only 20 pictures. And if you look at the properties of these amino acids, as I shown on the right here, you have basically a group of amino acids that are non-polar, that are polar, that are either positively charged or negatively charged. As a chemist, you would think that the properties are actually not that diverse. And when you think about what chemists can synthesize nowadays, you can actually put in so many functional groups that are really, really useful in a diverse manner into the amino acid scaffold. Yet, these are not being used as building blocks for proteins. So we ask, what if we free the codons, these 64 codons, so that they can encode as many as 63 amino acids, and then potentially really greatly expand the functionality of proteins that compose of their cells. So with this, we can really potentially create organisms with totally new functionalities or artificial life forms. So how do we expand the genetic code of an organism? I can say that as if it is easy, but it is actually not at all, because we actually have to change what is the making of the cell, really. We have to change the code that is now being used. So we have to create new codons, or really reassign the old ones so that they can be used for the new building blocks. And we have to do a lot of molecular engineering to create new parts that participate in the polymer synthesis. For example, these enzymes that does the charging of the amino acids onto the mediator called tRNA or transfer RNA. You have to basically change a lot of things that are involved in the process of protein synthesis, or what is called translation within the cell. And lastly, you have to change the molecules that catalyze the bond formation within the proteins, which is the ribosomes. So a lot of these have been active research area in our fields for the past 10, 15 years. And for this, I just give you a quick example of what we can accomplish now. So in 2019, the lab that I work as a postdoc reported the creation of E. coli bacteria. So this is bacteria that cause you the diarrhea that is being used routinely in labs worldwide. We can actually now create a bacteria that has a genome that is completely chemically synthesized. So basically all 4 million base pairs of the genome are obtained from the labs, and then we this is what is called SYN61. The name 61 comes from the fact that this completely recorded E. coli only used 61 codon as opposed to 64. So there is a lot of details in there that I won't go into, but the fact that we managed to free up 3 codons, it means that we can now use those 3 new codons to encode 3 new building blocks into the proteins, such that the proteins that are being made now have 23 amino acid building blocks as opposed to 20. In the second example, we engineered this molecule called the ribosome that does peptide synthesis. Ribosome is a huge biomolecules in which the active site is composed entirely out of RNA. And it is one of the most conserved machineries on Earth. It naturally polymerizes what is called an alpha L amino acids, but then we wish to engineer the ribosome such that it can polymerize other kinds of amino acids. For example, the one that is shown on the bottom right there. Basically beta as opposed to alpha amino acids, B instead of L amino acids, or even hydroxy acids, so that we can make polyesters as opposed to polyamides. So this is the work that I led as well as a postdoc. So we did successfully engineer such a ribosome such that it can be used to synthesize and incorporate new amino acids. So this is the work that you can read later if you're interested. And in the last area of research that I'm pursuing now at VISTEC is we actually are interested in incorporating new building blocks into proteins such that the proteins would have new properties that are relevant to cell biology. And one such property is fluorescence. So we want to give light to proteins such that we can track and actually see where they are within the cell and how they function. And this also can be done using genetic code reprogramming. So we can put in these engineered machineries within the cell. This can be E. coli, yeast, mammalian cells, or even higher organisms. And then we can use a combination of this genetic code reprogramming technique with what is called bioorthogonal chemistry to connect an organic fluorophore molecule, like what Ajahn Nathanit mentioned, specifically onto a protein of interest. So this actually is quite an amalgamation of chemistry and biology. We have to use a chemistry that is actually working with the living cells. And the reaction that we use is what is called an inverse electron demand used out there. And the types of amino acids that we are encoding into proteins actually looks nothing like the 20 natural amino acids. So this is actually how they look like. It's actually quite bulky and contain highly reactive functional groups, but it is quite stable in cells, and we engineer a lot of components that can DAS the incorporation of these building blocks onto proteins. And then we connect the fluorophores, for example, the ones shown here, onto proteins. In effect, what we can do is we can simply substitute one amino acid within proteins with this fluorophore and then actually have them light up in cells. And this is quite in contrast with techniques that people use nowadays to visualize proteins. They use this protein that are isolated from jellyfish called green fluorescent protein, or GFP. But GFP itself is actually quite large, so it's 240 amino acids as opposed to just one amino acid type that we are using now. So the chance of our technique perturbing the protein function is much less compared to GFP. We apply this to study types of peptides that previously is not possible to study using other labeling technique. And one such peptide is what is called amyloid beta peptide, which are pathological hallmarks of Alzheimer's disease. So I will spare you the details here, but we managed to track them and then actually see how it is being made within the cells. The image on the right, you can see a lot of these random dots, but if you look at the magenta column, these are the beta amyloids, and those dots are the amyloid beta peptides that are being generated within endosomes of the cell. The utility of such a technique is that if we can monitor how beta amyloid is getting made within the cell, we can actually use this as a screening platform to look for compounds that modulate such genesis. So we are working on this by coupling the labeling technique with a high throughput screening method. Yeah, so as a conclusion, the current status of such a technology is that, as I mentioned, with the new codons that have to be reassigned, we can actually do things like whole genome recording, not routinely, but it is actually possible now. And a lot of the machineries that I mentioned are necessary for incorporation of these building blocks have been engineered. And eventually, we would like to create what is a green synthesis of highly complex and useful unnatural polymers within living cells. And with that, I would like to thank the people in my team. Here are the young generations of scientists in Thailand, and also my collaborators and funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chayasit Uttamapinan, and thank you for your very rich and informative presentation on this aspect of molecular biology and chemistry. We learned a lot about the possibilities this field can offer to our current body of knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, and that is the last talk today. But tomorrow there are many more exciting programs for you to enjoy. So tomorrow there will be 5 parallel sessions in the main room. We have 4 keynote speeches in the morning and the social science presentations in the afternoon. And in presentation room 1 to 4, there are science and technology presentations. And in room 4, there are also keynote speeches as well. So indeed, there are many interesting and exciting activity for tomorrow. So indeed, please join us tomorrow. The conference starts at 9 o'clock. So see you tomorrow. But for now, goodbye.
Goodbye, and see you tomorrow at the same link.
ฝึกหัดเพื่อชำนาญยามพักเราแสนสนุกเราเป็นสุขจากผลของงานศิลปะแสนบริสุทธิ์ผุดพองดังแสงจันทร์ปราดไฟและไร้ฟ้าดังจันทราคราไร้หมอกควันศิลปินอยู่เพื่ออะไรยืนยงเพื่อจะลงสิ่งไหนแต่ศิลปินกลับภาคภูมิในใจที่ได้สร้างเพื่อมนุษยธรรมดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบเลอใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริมใจมนุษย์เราหากรักศิลป์สิ่งซึ่งงามวิไลมวลมนุษย์คงสดชื่นเริงรื่นสีวิไลมาเรามารื่นรางมาเรามาบันเทิงมาเรามารื่นรางเริงรื่นชื่นสำราญดูสิสวยแท้ปานใดศิลปะพบเลอใช้ไหลกลิ่นสีและกาวแป้งดุดดังแรงส่งเสริ